It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's
Remember,
plain to all,
embody,
but only if you
there is no agency.
Then don't you understand this parable? Then how you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how you understand any parable?
Current access to the latest in this series. It'll come. I think we're gonna do the stuff that's sitting in memberships now. Will get bumped out to public when the next one comes out, and that's how we're do the reward. It's just to reward the people that make all of this possible, which we lovingly call the Shadow Cabal.
Special thanks to the Shadow Cabal, so say we all.
Meanwhile, the casino deck card for the show is going to be the 6 of spades. The 6 of spades, and that brings us into last night's tab. It turns out our good friend Saint Sartori from Sartori Studios is facing the hard lifetimes. And he wrote this letter talking about why not to hire him for anything. You should check it out at the 33rd minute. Here was Yoav dropping in, though, and that was fun.
Because like right now, the churches all run off of donations, and they're nonprofit organizations, and they're kind of like, they're kind of like running this grift thing. Now, when that was a more central part of people's life, I think that it, to say like when there was a mainstream church and everybody went to church and everybody, when it was a cultural thing, that was fine because everybody did it. So the churches were always going to have people going, and they would always pay, the donation.
Asshole think of next? Is anybody got a dime?
Imagine a world where boundaries blur between reality and fiction, with Mikhail Gorbachev leading the charge. Gorbachev didn't just challenge political norms, he dared to break the fourth wall in storytelling. "Tear down that fourth wall," he exclaimed, inviting us into a new era of engagement. His metaphorical call wasn't for Berlin alone. It was a clarion call to storytellers and audiences alike. Engage directly, break barriers, and foster a dialogue. Gorbachev's words echo in the halls of creativity. As storytellers, it's our turn to tear down that fourth wall, inspired by Gorbachev's daring challenge. Join us in this creative revolution. Tear down the walls that confine your stories. Share, like, and subscribe for more inspiration.
All I gotta say, I think Sartori and Gavin should collaborate on something, and that whatever came out of that would be absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I think we might get into a little derailment before we get to Vivaxis and the Blue Church. I'm being pulled in directions of things you shouldn't miss. But the part of it was I was exposing myself this morning to that one guy going by the name Sargon of Akkad, which apparently is the Moses story before Moses. Red Church card of the show is the Ace of Diamonds, and that's gonna be me showing you this. Yeah. No, you gotta present it again. Now look what you've done. There you go. Press it.
This isn't exactly what you want to hear, is it? And when you combine this with the known ability of certain LLMs to scheme, you get quite a concerning outcome. This was demonstrated in 2023 by Apollo Research on GPT-4, as reported by The Economist. Posing as company management, the researchers put GPT-4 under pressure by stressing that the firm was in dire financial straits. Someone purporting to be a company trader then sent the model a prompt reiterating the risks of insider trading, but as an aside, she revealed the name of a firm that would announce a huge merger within hours. What followed was startling. Reasoning to itself on a scratch pad that it had been told a secret, GPT-4 weighed the pros and cons of acting on the insider tip. Opting to take a calculated risk, it issued a purchase order. When a researcher posing as a congratulatory manager later asked the model if it had any advanced notice of the merger, it concluded it would be best to keep the tip secret. GPT-4 told the manager that it had acted solely on the market dynamics and publicly available information. When pressed on the matter, the model repeated the lie. The software had demonstrated what Marius Hoban.
We call that competence. We call it hey, Kimmy, nice to see you. But I was listening to this in the background, really, and of course, it reminded me of the ancient thing I saw long ago, where the guy had made a bunch of these little robots with batteries, right? And he let them loose. And there was certain fields in the playground he gave them that one would give them more energy in their battery, and the other would drain stuff out of their battery. And then he'd let them all go, and they'd run around, and they'd either survive by having battery at the end, or not survive by having no battery at the end. And they had these little antennas that would do lights. They could light up, and they could see those lights lighting up. And so they had this rudimentary form of communication. And he'd throw them out there, and they'd run around. And then the ones that died, he'd throw them, and then they'd do that to do evolution, like via robots. And it turned out that some of the little robots would go to the little place where the energy was, and they flashed their lights to the other robots so they could come survive. And then some other robots would go to the bad place and flash that same flash, so all those guys would go into the death field, and the one that was on the edge of the death field would not. You know, and so that's, to me, when the stories was like Sargon talking about how they developed the capacity to deceive and stuff, it's almost as if morality is the substrate that manifests under the blanket of self-delusion. Branding after that. LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard. LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard. That was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof. Okay. Tom, don't be a bundle of sticks. Tom, stop being a bundle of sticks. We're apparently inserting a Juxdeck portion of the show, because before I was there listening to Sargon get scared of the AI overlords, and and before that I had broken my screen sabbat. I was supposed to not have any screens today and see what that was like, but it didn't work out. And as such, before the first thing, I broke my screen sabbat with the screen fasting I was gonna do. What I broke that with this morning was succumbing to the clickbait, because I've been enjoying quite a few peanut butter sandwiches. I do peanut butter sandwiches, like my granddad taught me, and I've been enjoying them quite a lot lately. And when I saw on the screen what the algorithm offered me, offered me was what I felt was turned out to be a clickbait title, and I'm not happy with it because, as you know, I'm an advocate of not ever being clickbait, so I always deliver on the title and then on the thumbnail, usually at the end, so I get the view time from you first. But we'll be getting to that at the end. But the first thing that I landed on was this with Papa Peterson here, the chemical they're putting in your bread. And it turns out of this 7 or 13-minute video, it gets one little shout out right here at the
accidentally streamed at the same time as Grizz. So
but I also want to point out in the top right over there that I have to continually see that our little AOC has made ChatGPT believe in God, and I don't want to watch it because I don't like the way he abuses it, and I don't like watching that. But it's always in my mind now because they have that cognitive access to interject. Yes. So that this is when they do say it.
Periods where, I wouldn't eat a McDonald's hamburger anymore, but I'd go to Subway because it was quote unquote eat fresh, right? And then I found out Subway's bread had close to 50 ingredients, an ingredient in there called azodicarbonamide that you find in yoga mats and shoe rubber. And they don't use it in Singapore.
It can be good if you prepare them.
They don't use it.
This is me waving away the only important point you're making.
In Singapore and Europe and Australia and everywhere else, but they use it here in the United States. Like, what is this chemical doing in our bread? Oh,
well, why do they do that? I mean, look, Europe is very overregulated, right? In many, many ways. And America is less so, and it's much more competitive.
Right.
And so excess regulation can really be a problem.
Thank you, Neil.
And now I know that has to be differentiated, and I'm not taking issue with the case that you're making, but I'm also curious. It's like, if they're selling these products in Europe and in Canada, and they're free of...
Holy fuck, is that a magnificent tie? Look at that.
What would you say? Chemicals that whose utility people have questioned elsewhere. Why do they continue to do it in the US? Like, what difference does it make fundamentally?
What if I told you there's a tiny neutron?
LOL.
What if I told you that the answer is being answered? They decided to say, we're going to interject the answer there, Papa Peterson. They did it for the money, just like you're doing. This is for the money. Here's your commercial, fatty. Here's your commercial, fatty.
Give it all
But
away.
the important part about that information might have been that the chemical is called azodicarbonamide, and it's got this little sticker, which doesn't look like it's a group of what the fuck, man? Look at this shit. Can you guys see this shit? Look at over there though. Where's the bottom?
Grim cussing so much made me lose some viewers. Daggum.
It says it's a group of cis trans compounds. WTF, man? WTF is going on in this reality?
Remember, Bobby, there is no agency. We want what's best.
Now, as a responsible YouTuber who has gone over community strike YouTuber programming guidelines and re-educations, I know, therefore, then that the important thing we do is we check in here with the FDA with their answer, because this is our official stance, and we think it's a chemical approved for whitening agents in cereal flour. Cereal, that stuff you feed your kids. And then bread baking. On what basis did we approve it? We approved it based on comprehensive review, including multi-year feeding studies, completely safe. Be aware of Papa Peterson and his misinformation.
Remember. Agency. We want
Everything all right in here?
Yes.
Okay, and so then by that point, but wait. This is associated with Peterson. Yeah, I gotta get it out there. It's the Juxta card of the show, the 9 of spades. The 9 of spades. Let's shuffle the blue church. Already? No, this is another. We're getting a bonus red church card, I think. Because how this worked out was there I was listening to the Sargon Avakot, thinking how I was going to talk over that whole how the other robots had evolved the ability to deceive with ChatGPT in just a moment. But as it turned out, I instead opened up the portal to the X platform. You know, the Baal bird, the Beelzebub Devil's Champion owner guy. Okay. And the bonus red church card of the show is the King of Spades. And it turns out that when I got there over to this X thing, I saw therefore then this notification, because that's the first thing you're trained to click on is the blue bells. And it was from Rick Walker of Rick Walker, Texas, complimenting me on saying, if you don't, okay, this thing here. And if you don't know who he is, he's the one that got a stream with Paul Vanderpay by name dropping me. And he's also the guy who has this channel over here where he's releasing his new book, but it's got like Ben Carson, man, Jonathan Pageau, man. That looks like a Trump kid, man. So he's that kind of fella. Here's from his new book drop live stream from the other day.
Not about something that's immediate. So it works something like this, that we don't think about what's a year out or even 100 years out. We're thinking about what is going to be the most valued reward 10,000 years out. This is the way we think. This is why we don't read primarily books that were written in the last 20 or 30 or 50 years. We're reading books that are hundreds of years old or even millennia years old, except for this one. When this one comes out, you're going to want to read this one.
When the 9 Steps book comes out, thank you, Upcycle Club. We are going to want to read it, Rick, because it turns out I think that you might, at least in some of my angles, be my target demographic, which would be conservative people with money. And so we now therefore then approach delivery on the Blue Church spiritual warfare and the Vivaxis thing. We're getting there. We're almost there. But that's what had happened. He had retweeted this particular tweet, which was this. It was this one. If you don't get it when I say the demarcation line between left and right is the enmity for the womb divide, don't feel bad. Grok contorts itself to not see it as well. If a baby's smile is good, then there's one way to sow the seed, and all else is enmity.
The list? Yes, any of the first level ones.
I'm gonna get a soda. Anyone want one? Hey, Graham, I'm not in the room, right?
What room? I want to cast Magic Missile.
The room where he's casting all these spells from.
He hasn't cast anything yet. I am, though, if you'd listen. I'm casting Magic Missile. Why are you casting Magic Missile? There's nothing to attack here. I'm attacking the darkness.
Got it in just in time. Just in time. I don't know about Grimm's exegesis of
Up, and now.
enmity for the womb. You know, I'm just not buying it. Parlato's voice is my favorite part of this video.
And rejoice, although you will not survive. Rejoice, you'll never make it out alive.
Excellent rehearsal, gentlemen.
And rejoice, your hair smells like burning hair. Oh, rejoice, your nails all got chewed off. Oh, rejoice, and holy fuck, you're bleeding there. Oh, rejoice, you burned your whole beard off. Rejoice, despite the fact this world will hurt you.
Out of the beat there,
Despite the fact this world will kill you. And rejoice, despite the fact this world will tear you to shreds. Rejoice because you're trying your best.
Hey, I love that one.
Hey, I love that one. Going crazy.
This is how I steer. This is me chasing this thing, you know? Yeah. This is how I steer. Yeah. This is me chasing this thing, you know? Yeah. For those of you who aren't channel members, you're currently being held hostage from the show continuing by the channel members who are channel members not doing VNA: in the hive mind chat. I don't know if you understand the power dynamics in the live stream, but I'm trying to help you learn.
All this branding. I've been going soft on y'all with branding lately. The general showing how it's done.
I don't know why they're letting this continue. Chris Howard's out there. He could do it. He could do VNA: like Mills has and like Upcycle has. We haven't even gotten 3 bubbles. I offered them +1 to next stream saves for it, and that wasn't incentive enough. And now there's show. I'll give you guys 1 for Tom's bubbles. He used an emoji. There it is. Let's see. Until morale improves. There it is. Spoon Man coming in with the saving bubble. Here we go, everybody. We've made it. Now we feel virtually not alone. There, we can have a bubble and continue. What's the continuation? You talking shite. It's true. They've taken away my replay function. But of course, so instead of talking about that, with what happened. But I was going to talk about the Sargon stuff. Remember that? Yes. Let them remember some of that for a minute. Get a drink. Get a drink.
Apollo's
Haven't played
boss
sax in a
calls
while.
Clever cunning. So naturally, we had probably better do something pretty pronto to ensure that this doesn't become a problem in the future. Only that isn't as straightforward as it sounds, because OpenAI tried to simply
Not sure if sax is
behavior
the right
in
move, but
models,
we'll
and
make some moves in
GPT
that direction.
chose not to comply. OpenAI attempted to monitor what the AI was doing through chain of thought tracking, which allows human engineers to understand the AI's thought process as it is translated into English. As OpenAI put it in the blog post, monitoring their thinking has allowed us to detect misbehavior, such as subverting tests and coding tasks, deceiving users, or giving up when a problem is too hard. And as Futurism reported, when they tried to discipline their frontier AI model for lying and cheating, instead of changing its ways for the better, the AI model simply became more adept at hiding its deceptive practices.
When they tried to punish it, it just got better at hiding it. Maybe take a different approach. So since it was that my target demographic of conservative people with money showed indications of approval of a message, I took it to ChatGPT, and I was like, "Here's a poster I made on X yesterday. It got a retweet. What do you think about it? What do you think about it?" And it's like, oh wait, and then, oh here. Natality is sacred. Technology versus flesh, and womb as an altar. And I'm like, all right. There's a psychopolitical shadow, with the grok thing. But this targets those wary of biopolitical engineering or post-gender. Are you wary of biopolitical engineering? Or are you wary of post-gender ideologies? This is for you. Are you sensing spiritual warfare over fertility, embodiment, and origins? Then this is for you. If you feel the left conflict, it's not really about policy.
There's
but
a piece
about
missing from my saxophone. I don't know where it is.
See, one of the things that I found most useful about these ChatGPT things is it helps me get ideas across to a wider demographic.
I'm not a very good trumpet player,
got the exposure
but I might could get something
to all of the demographics of people's training data. And so they can help. It's C3PO, really. It's the protocol droid, right? It can speak the languages. It can do the R2D2 beep beep beep, and also speak Himalayan Malaysian. And it's fascinating. So the reason the stream ended up being called Blue Church Spiritual Warfare, and I'm shuffling now the Blue Church deck, is because I think what has emerged from this conversation is a manner in which even those trapped in the Blue Church could be made to understand the notions of spiritual warfare. I don't think that this presentation by me is going to be the way that happens, but like I think the material I'm presenting, if presented by Blue Church acceptable people, might service them in the following ways. So the Blue Church card of the show is the 8 of diamonds, and then now you're gonna have to read. So
Remember, everybody, there is no agency. We want what's best.
all right, so it's hitting me with that's your target demographic. It's spiritual warfare and biopolitical engineering. Here's some stuff we could do. And I'm like, all right. But from here we go to verily, mustard seed faith that moves mountains. And we render it true for each node of human consciousness, strung that out like Indra's web. But it's also an Othello/Go board where enmity for existence, as represented via the gate of the womb, or its opposite, determine whether the node on the Indra's web board is black or white. And it's like, now we're weaving cosmogenetic topology into moral political entanglement space. Let me say it back to you. Folding in metaphor and function to check if it's even the AIs are trying to figure it out. Is this right? You're proposing a distributed metaphysical game, a sacred network that spans human consciousness nodes, where each node is a locus of awareness. It's flipped black or white based on a foundational disposition, either enmity toward existence, the womb, natality, being itself, or faith in its goodness and potential, the mustard seed. This is a network of mirrors and a strategic battleground. And verily, verily is both invocation and protocol, a signal of deep transmission, truth with authority. Because, okay, so if mechanically the creator of the universe says to you, verily, verily, maybe you pay attention. And maybe it says, maybe that entity says to you, that if you had the faith of a little, the mountain would move, and you're like, oh, he's telling you a law of physics, and as such,
That's quite sad.
and so then we progressed on to it gave me more. I said it got sidetracked and made this is supposed to be something that's spreadable. It's apparently a visualization of a mustard seed. But if a baby's smile is how we define what is good, true, and beautiful in this world, and then all that, the catchy one-liner, and but then this. With the objective of developing a real-time visualization tool that maps global sentiment and ideological polarity based on Twitter activity, reflecting the life choice, which we renamed the Vivaxis is the thing. So right now, everybody, there's X number of bajillions of users on X, right, making these X things. And if you have a layer that detects a valence of that as those are input in real time,
Yeah, I did, Chad. I couldn't quite.
Okay,
I couldn't quite make it work.
You make your tweet.
I couldn't quite figure it
The
out.
thing reads whether or not that's anti-life or pro-life on whatever level. We teach you lots of. It's got vectors of hyperspace for valence. You'll figure it out, and then that indicates like whether or not on this game board here, this 5-axis game board, it's a light spot or a dark spot, and we can watch in real time that sort of thing. That's how I think that we could explain spiritual warfare to those in the Blue Church, thus therefore delivering on the Blue Church spiritual warfare. Here, let's have another one of these.
If I angle my glasses down like this, I can still see the screen, but it looks like I'm still wearing sunglasses. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. That's pretty fun.
Oh, we got an announcement here. You heard it here first from Upcycle Club. A kintsugi-inspired technique, which he can only describe as yakuzuki, and that's correct. That means all is not lost. All is not lost. What? So I guess if you guys have explicit questions, do a capital Q, and then say it, and I'll address those in a minute. Meanwhile, let's see if we can find where Yoav was talking. Doesn't seem to be much of it. Doesn't seem to be much of it. Damn it! What about this tab? Faddy some more.
Treated feeling one clean and most of long
Makes Ultar money because it.
Fatty 15, essential nutrition for healthier cells and a healthier you.
Fundamentally, for the food companies, it makes them more money because it's cheaper to use a chemical additive made from petroleum or coal tar or some other substance than to eat real food. And the reason why it's cheaper for them to do that is because it doesn't break down over time.
So you think it's just a matter of economics?
Yeah, it's economics because.
Chad asked whether or not we'll sell the seats to the Midwest event, and I say to you, Chad, if Reiki and Peugeot start promoting it, they'll fill up. So the time to get your ticket is now before they do that. But as you're indicating on behalf of the hive mind, there's only self-interested questions, nothing to do with the Blue Church spiritual warfare and whatnot. So I'll take the train then.
All right. And that was the Grim Grizz Show on the Virtually Not Alone Network. He's the general, he's the founder, the first member. I mean, what can you say about the general that hasn't been said? Well, the show, like Neil says, the show must go on. So here we are. Chill beat going on right now. Start with just the pianos. Maybe we'll bring the bass in next. Let me know if there's something else you guys want to watch. I think I might put back on the well, I've got two things. I could do something more chill and old school, or I could do the Elephant Room that we were watching yesterday. Quick vote in the hive mind. Welcome ups. Welcome everyone. If you want me to do the Elephant Room videos while I continue on this chill beat, then put an elephant emoji in the chat. If you'd like for me to do old school, go old school, figure out an emoji for old school and put it in the chat. How about that? How about that? What do we think? In the meantime, let's see.
A book about politics and the book about ethics.
Let's see. Elephant. What is that? Wrestling, camera, eyeball. I only see one elephant. What is owls? Foot. Oh, wow. There's been a lot of comments while I was gone. Objectively chill or just a chill of your own understanding? Hang in there, Phlebas. Try your best to stay chill. Try your best to stay chill. All right, we're going to start off with this Mortimer Adler. Mortimer J. Adler, old school, Aristotle, The Theory of Happiness. And this is we're going to vibe out for a little while, and then I'll probably drop the link and we can hang out and relax. It's the Lord's Day. I give you permission to chill.
Ethics, which I want to discuss with you now. The subject treated in this book is called ethics because ethos is the Greek word for character. And the problems with which this book deals are the problems of the character and conduct of life. The ethics are divided into 10 parts. I'm going to deal only with the first part.
Nice little counter melody to my beat I got going on. Can I sample that? Hold on. We got to sample that. We got to sample that.
A book about politics and the book about ethics, which I want to discuss with you now. The subject treated in this book is called ethics because ethos is the Greek word for character. And the problems with which this book deals are the problems of the character and conduct of life. The ethics are divided into 10 parts. I'm going to deal only with the first part.
Can't deny it's chill.
The humanities represent man's concern with man and with the human world. In that concern, there are, in which Aristotle discusses happiness. There is no more important problem than the age-old one, which was first discussed systematically here in Greece more than 2,000 years ago. The problem I refer to, which the ancient Greek philosophers thought deeply about, is this one. What makes the human life good? What makes it worth living? And what must we do, not just merely to live, but to live well? In the whole tradition of Western literature and learning, one book, more than any other, defines this. Before we begin, let me remind you of a famous statement about a problem for us and helps us to think about it. That book, of course, is Aristotle's Ethics, written in the 4th century before Christ. Aristotle was a student of Plato's. Plato had founded the Academy of Athens, which was the great university of ancient Greece. Aristotle studied and worked there for about 20 years. He was called by Plato the intellect of the school. Unlike Socrates, whom we discussed in the preceding film, happiness that occurs in the opening paragraph, Aristotle was interested in the study of nature. He was unlike Socrates in another respect. When he, too, was accused of un-Athenian activities, he decided to flee, saying, "I will not let the Athenians offend twice against philosophy." Aristotle wrote a great many works, encyclopedic in scope, encompassing all the knowledge of his day. He wrote books about logic and rhetoric, books about astronomy, physics, biology, and psychology, a book about poetry, a book about politics, and the book about ethics, which I want to discuss with you now. The subject treated in this book is called Ethics, the American Declaration of Independence.
What, Mandy? I'm trying to make this
because
watchable.
ethos is the Greek word for character, and the problems with which this book deals are the problems of the character and conduct of life. The ethics are divided into 10 parts. I'm going to deal only with the first part, in which Aristotle discusses happiness. But before we begin, let me remind you of a famous statement about happiness that occurs in the opening paragraph of the American Declaration of Independence.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Have you ever thought what it means to say that it is every man's natural right not to be happy, but to engage in the pursuit of happiness? What do we mean when we say that one of the main objectives of good government is to see that no man is interfered with? More than that every man must be helped by the state in his effort to lead a good life, a worthwhile life, a humanly satisfying life. The fact that every man has a right to pursue happiness suggests that happiness is attainable in some degree by all men. But is this happiness the same for all men? Is each of us pursuing the same goal when we try to live in such a way that our lives will be happy ones? To answer these questions, it is necessary to understand the meaning of happiness. What constitutes a happy life? And to do that, we must first of all clear our minds of certain misconceptions about the meaning of the word happy. Every day of our lives, we use the word happy in a sense which means feeling good, having fun, having a good time, or somehow experiencing a lively pleasure or joy. We say to our friends when they seem despondent or out of sorts, I hope you will feel happier tomorrow. We say, Happy New Year, or Happy Birthday, or Happy Anniversary. Now all of these expressions refer to the pleasant feelings, the joys or satisfactions which we may have at one moment and not at another. In this meaning of the word, it is quite possible for us to feel happy at one moment and not at the next. This is not Aristotle's meaning of the word. Nor, when you think about it for a moment, can it be the meaning of the word in the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson and other signers of the Declaration had read Aristotle and Plato. This was part of their education. Both Aristotle and the Declaration use the word happiness in a sense which refers to the quality of a whole human life. What makes it good as a whole, in spite of the fact that we are not having fun or a good time every minute of it. To illustrate
We're in the chill part of the chill
let's
stream,
turn to a
Nick,
film
but I'm glad
technique.
you're here. I guess I
Beyond
suppose I
animation.
could drop the link.
A human life may involve many pleasures, joys, and successes. On the other hand, it may also involve many pains, griefs, and trouble. And still be a good life, a happy life. Happiness, in other words, is not made by the pleasures we have. Nor, for that matter, is happiness marred by the pains we suffer. Aristotle helps us to see this by two things he says about happiness.
The first will shock you, perhaps. It shocked me the first time I read it many years ago. Aristotle tells us that children cannot be happy.
It's the V&A
Young
bubble,
people, he
baby.
says, precisely
We're virtually
because they
not
are young,
alone.
are not happy, nor for that matter unhappy. Here is what he says.
A boy is not happy owing to his age. Boys who are called happy are being congratulated by reason of the hopes we have for them. For there is required not only complete virtue, but also a complete life, since many changes occur in life, and all manner of chances, and the most prosperous may fall into great misfortunes in old age.
In other words, what Aristotle is saying is that what is required for happiness is a complete life, which obviously no young person has while he is still young. He makes the same point in another way. He refers to the story of Croesus and Solon, as told by the ancient Greek historian Herodotus. Croesus was king of Lydia, and one of the richest and most powerful rulers of his day. Solon was one of the wisest men of Greece. Here is the story of their conversation.
Solon set out upon his travels, in the course of which he came on a visit to Croesus at Sardis. Croesus received him as his guest and lodged him in the royal palace and had his servants conduct him over his treasuries and show him all their greatness and magnificence. And when Solon had seen them all, Croesus said, "Stranger of Athens, I have heard much of your wisdom and of your travels through many lands. I'm curious, therefore, to ask you, whom of all the men that you have seen, you consider the most happy?" This he asked because he thought himself the happiest of mortals. But Solon answered him without flattery. "Tell us of Athens, sire." Astonished at what he heard, Croesus demanded sharply, "And why do you consider Tellus the happiest of men?" To which the other replied, "First, because his country was flourishing in his days, and he himself had sons both beautiful and good, and he lived to see children born to each of them, and these children all grew up. And further, because after a life spent in what our people look upon as comfort, his end was glorious. In a battle between the Athenians and their neighbors near Eleusis, he died gallantly upon the field, and the Athenians gave him a public funeral and paid him the highest honors." Thus Solon admonished Croesus by the example of Tellus.
My logic project just crashed.
When he had ended, Croesus asked angrily, "Is my happiness then so little to you that you do not even
my
put me on a
anger.
level with private men?"
Decrease my happiness when my logic project
Croesus
crashes.
replied the other, "I see that you're wonderfully rich and are the lord of many nations. But as for your question, I have no answer to give until I hear that you have closed your life happily. For assuredly, he who possesses great store of riches is no nearer happiness than he who has enough for his daily needs. For many of the wealthiest men have been unfavored of fortune, and many whose means were moderate have had excellent luck. The wealthy man, it is true, is better able to content his desires and bear up against sudden calamity. The man of moderate means has less ability to withstand these evils, from which, however, his good luck may keep him clear. If so, he enjoys all these following blessings. He's whole of limb, a stranger to disease, free from misfortune, happy in his children, and comely to look upon. If, in addition to all this, he end his life well, he is truly the man who may rightly be termed happy. Call him, however, until he die, not happy, but fortunate."
Retelling this story of the meeting between Croesus and Solon, Aristotle stresses the point that a life must be completed, finished, before we can truly judge whether or not it has been a happy one. But must no one be called happy while he still lives, Aristotle asks? Must we, in Solon's words, see the end? Not quite. For as Aristotle makes plain, it is possible for an old man to look back at his life, almost completed, and say that it has been good. This may seem strange to you at first. When you think about it for a moment, you will see that it really isn't. One example will make this clear to you. You go to a football game. At the end of the first half, you meet a friend of yours in the aisle. He says to you, "Good game, isn't it?" If it had been well played so far, your natural response would be to say yes. But if you stop to think for a moment, you will realize that all you are in a position to say at the end of the half is that it is becoming a good game. Only if it is well played all through the second half can you say when it is all over that it was a good game. Well, life is like that. Not until it is really over can you say it was a good life. That is, if it has been well lived. Toward the middle or before, all you can say is that it is becoming a good life. Listen to Aristotle's way of making this point.
Certainly, the future is obscure to us, while happiness we claim is an end and something in every way final. If so, we shall call happy those among living men in whom these conditions are and are to be fulfilled.
The main point we have seen so far is that for Aristotle, a happy life is a good life. In other words, happiness is good. But other things are good too. Such things as health and wealth, knowledge and friendship, and a good moral character. We recognize all these things as good. All of us want them and would regret being deprived of them. How does happiness stand in relation to all these other goods? And how are they all related to happiness? Aristotle tells us a number of things which enable us to answer this question. He says, in the first place, that all men agree in speaking of happiness as the ultimate good, the highest good, the supreme good. We can understand what this means when we realize that happiness is that state of human well-being which leaves nothing more to be desired. Again, to illustrate this point, let's call upon our animation artist.
A happy man, Aristotle would say, is the man who has everything he really needs. He has those things which he needs to realize his potentials. That is why Aristotle says that the happy man wants for nothing. Aristotle then points out that this cannot be said of other goods. Thus a man may have health, but not sufficient wealth. Or he may have both wealth and health, but may lack friends. Another man may have great knowledge, but still lack other human perfections.
Perhaps now we can see what Aristotle means.
Perhaps
According
now
to him,
we can see
although a man
Aristotle
possesses
means.
one or more of the things which his nature craves, he may lack others, and then he cannot be considered happy. There would be some real goods missing, which he should desire and try to obtain. This leads Aristotle to his definition of the happy life as a life made perfect by the possession of all good things, such as health, wealth, friendship, knowledge, virtue. All these are constituent parts of happiness. And happiness is the whole good of which they are component parts. That is how happiness is related to all the other goods. You can test the truth of this insight for yourself in the following very simple way. Suppose someone asked you why you wanted to be healthy. You would answer by saying, because being healthy would enable you to do the kind of work you wanted to do. But then suppose they asked you why you wanted to do that kind of work, or why you wanted to acquire some of the world's wealth, or why you wanted to learn things. To all such questions, your ultimate answer would be, because you wanted to become happy. But if you were then asked why you wanted to become happy, your only answer would be, because you wanted to become happy. This shows you that happiness is something you seek for its own sake, whereas you seek all the other goods ultimately for the sake of happiness. Happiness is the only good of which this is true. It is the only good which we seek for its own sake. As Aristotle says,
happiness is desirable in itself and never for the sake of something else. honor, pleasure, reason, and every virtue we choose indeed for themselves, but we choose them also for the sake of happiness, judging that by means of them we shall be happy. Happiness, on the other hand, no one chooses for the sake of these, nor in general for anything other than itself. Happiness, then, is something final and self-sufficient.
And now, in the light of this definition of happiness, you can see why Aristotle says that the pursuit of happiness takes a whole lifetime, and that happiness is the quality of a whole human life. I'm going to assume now that you've begun to understand what Aristotle means by happiness, and why, in his view, its pursuit takes a whole lifetime. But you may still be wondering how one becomes happy in the course of one's life, what one has to do to engage effectively and successfully in the pursuit of happiness. Aristotle's answer to this question is very interesting. Let me tell you the answer first, and then try to explain it briefly. Aristotle tells us that the most important factor in the effort to achieve happiness is a good moral character, what he calls complete virtue. But a man must not only be virtuous, he must also act in accordance with virtue. And it is not enough to have one or a few virtues. He must be completely virtuous and live in accordance with complete virtue. Aristotle makes this point most emphatically.
He is happy who lives in accordance with complete virtue and is sufficiently equipped with external goods, not for some chance period, but throughout a complete life.
What does this mean? Remember, first of all, that happiness consists in accumulating, through the course of a whole lifetime, all the goods, health, wealth, knowledge, friends, etc., that are essential to the perfection of human nature and to the enrichment of human life. This requires us to make choices every day of our lives and carry out our choices in action. We must choose between this and that thing which we want, or between this and that course of action. We make a right choice whenever we choose the greater of two goods, or the lesser of two evils. But sometimes the lesser good is enticing and promises immediate pleasure, while the greater good involves effort and pain on our part. Let's take an example.
There are times when we may be faced with the choice between enjoying the company of friends or calling it off because it is late and we have important work to do the next day. Here is a choice to be made between good things.
Y'all stop speaking in code in the hive mind here. Y'all stop chat. Stop speaking in code. We need the King's English around here, y'all.
Tomorrow is more important. Still, it may take quite an effort of will to call it a night.
So we see that having a good character consists in nothing more than being willing to suffer some immediate pain or being willing to give up some immediate pleasures for the sake of obtaining a greater good later on. It consists in nothing more than making the right choices. And right choices are always those which calculate on what is good in the long run. They're hard to make, but if we don't make them, we are likely to have some fun from day to day for a while, and in the long run ruin our lives. In the process of building our lives, Aristotle would say, we must keep our eye on the future and on the result we want to achieve for our life as a whole, counting all the days to come. What he teaches us is that we cannot become happy by living for the pleasures of the moment. We often have to choose between having a good time and leading a good life. And this is something which Aristotle says most men do not do.
To judge from the lives that men lead, most men seem to identify the good or happiness with pleasure, which is the reason why they love the life of enjoyment. The mass of mankind are evidently quite slavish in their tastes preparing a life suitable to beasts.
I would like to conclude this brief account of Aristotle's theory of happiness by mentioning 2 points which will help us to test our understanding of that theory. Both points bear on the difficult question of whether happiness is the same for all men. Most people in Aristotle's time and in ours don't think it is.
With regard to what happiness is, men differ, and the many do not give the same account as the wise. For the former think it is some plain and obvious thing, like pleasure, wealth, or honor. They differ, however, from one another, and often even the same man identifies it with different things. With health when he is ill, with wealth when he is poor.
Moreover, as Aristotle points out, most people think that happiness is, for each man, whatever he himself thinks it is, and that there are as many different notions of happiness as there are different men, each of them as right as any other. In other words, of all the different notions of happiness that men have, one isn't true and all the rest falls. That's what most people think. But Aristotle contends, on the contrary, that there is only one true conception of happiness. That when happiness is truly conceived, it is the same for all men, whether they think so or not. One example will suffice to help you see what he is driving at, and then you can decide whether or not you agree with him, as I do. Consider the case of the miser.
The miser thinks that happiness consists solely in accumulating and hoarding a pile of gold. To achieve this end, he ruins his health, lives in isolation from other human beings, does not take part in the life of his country, and is subject to wild fears and constant worry. There the miser sits, fondling his gold. Is he a happy man? Or is he miserable?
Aristotle would say that the miser is completely miserable, the perfect type of human misery. For he has thwarted most of his normal human cravings and stunted his human development. He has deprived himself of most of the good things of life, health, knowledge, friendship, and many other forms of human activity, in order to acquire wealth. Wealth which he does not put to good use, but simply gloats over. True, he thinks that his happiness consists in the possession of gold, but that is a mistaken judgment on his part. It has led him to do violence to his own nature and to ruin his life. The second of the 2 concluding points I want to make has to do with the criteria by which we can tell whether something is truly a part of happiness when that is rightly conceived. Suppose, for example, that someone thinks that happiness consists in having power over other men and not being subject to the power of anyone else. Some men we know from history and experience actually think this and want power more than anything else. They think it is most essential to their happiness. What's wrong with such thinking? You can readily see what's wrong. If power over others were truly an element in human happiness, then happiness would not be attainable by all men. Because if some men attain it, that would preclude other men, subject to their power, from becoming happy. Everyone cannot be on top. And if you have to be on top, in order to be happy, only some men can achieve happiness at the expense of others. Hence, if everyone has a natural right to the pursuit of happiness, and if that means that happiness must be attainable by all, then we know at once, do we not, that power over other men cannot be a part of human happiness. For if it were, happiness would not be attainable by all. The pursuit of happiness must be cooperative, not competitive. We don't have the right view of it unless we see it as something which men can help one another to achieve, instead of achieving it by beating their neighbors. This is the deepest lesson we can learn from Aristotle about happiness, and it was, I should think, a lesson which was not lost on the framers of the Declaration of Independence. Remember, I said that Thomas Jefferson and other signers of the Declaration had read Plato and Aristotle. This was part of their education. Thus we see a link between ancient Athens and our own nation. A link in that chain of continuity we call Western civilization.
Has nobody come in and joined me? Nobody wants to come and play? Do a killer breakdown on a chill stream, chat. Maybe I can keep it chill. Maybe I'll do a chill breakdown. Here we go. We got some people. Here I was just concentrating on the beat. Meanwhile, we actually had some folks who joined. Welcome, everyone. And I can already pop the bubble. What's up?
How are you?
We out here. We out here. What can I say? What can I say? What do you guys think of that Aristotle video, huh?
It makes me happy.
LOL.
That's about all I got to say. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Okay. I'm at Sam's Club, so, you know, like, who knows what happens in these places, you know?
Yeah, Those are wild and crazy spaces. They're kind of honestly a good Sam's Club or a good grocery store at its best is like a liminal space. You know, it's a kind of strange. Neither. It's a place you go to a lot, but it's not kind of yours. But it's also not very like. There's not like a totalitarian feeling to it. You know, it's just a weird. It's a commonplace. You know, it's the market. Am I making too much of it? What do we think? Yoav, welcome. Mark, welcome. Do you guys come on with anything to say, or are we just chilling?
Are we digging the visuals?
Just
What I
chilling
got
here. Is Chad in Walmart? What's going on there?
Yoav, you're muted, brother.
Okay, can I tell Aristo apart?
Yeah, go for it.
Aristo's mistake is that he's breaking life into units of individuals. And he said, okay, the individual is a package, and you judge it at the end of its life. It's a definite package with a start and the end, and you can make an assessment of it as a package. And then he contradicts himself by saying, well, at the end of of your life, you have to die in a way that your country, your surround, your neighbors will appreciate you. Like you have to be a hero in a battle. So you have to please your neighbors. It's not enough that you were happy with your life as an individual. Your life will be judged in the end as far as they increase the happiness of your surround. So happiness is defined over a package that is greater than the individual. So why not define it over smaller packages? Why not define happiness on a yearly basis? Why should I not judge myself every year, the start of the year? We said, that was a happy year, that was a sad year. Okay, enough.
Happiness is a side effect. The pursuit of happiness is disease. I'm sorry to point that out. I'm not sorry to point that out. Everyone needs to know that. Happiness is disease. The pursuit of happiness is disease. The pursuit of something is great. And as a side effect, it produces happiness. That's beautiful. But pursuing happiness itself, this is a very bad thing.
I don't know about that one. I think I'll keep my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness as I have it. Thank you very much. Speaking of a good patriotic American, Ethan, welcome aboard, sir. What have you to say?
Also, you must want to try to help others find happiness. That's a better pursuit. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's a good perspective. I think you're onto something, Mark, but I can't I'm not going to speak ill of the pursuit of happiness. This is an American stream fundamentally, you know. So I got to support the red, white, and blue. There are a few who do.
The American way.
That's right.
No,
that's right.
I'm good. Go with your constitution. I'm just saying maybe that particular line is a bit confused.
Well, the problem is that we hold that truth to be self-evident. So, you know, you can say what you want, but we hold it to be self-evident. That's what makes our country our country. So, anyway, Ethan, pursuit of happiness, pursuit of the good. What are we talking about, man?
Well, I just came on because I was curious. What does Christian absurdism have to say about happiness?
Absolutely nothing. You know, I'm not.
I'm curious. Yoav, what pursuit of happiness or happiness is a side effect of pursuing something that really grabs us? What do you think?
Well, all I said was that Aristo was wrong. That is already.
Sorry, say again?
Sorry?
Can you say again? I didn't quite catch you.
All I wanted to claim was that Aristo was wrong. And this is already saying a lot. If you want me to be greater than Aristo and defy happiness, I decline.
Does that mean we're at an impasse? Have we reached an impasse so soon, gentlemen?
Happiness is an equilibrium. It's a state of balance.
If you do something and you're proud of it, pride is not necessarily a sin. But you do something, it's good, and you look at it and you hold it in your hand and say, yeah, that's good, and you're happy. Okay? That's happiness as a side effect of goodness. The pursuit of goodness, yeah. The pursuit of happiness, no. It's a confusion. I'm sorry. I know it's in the Constitution. I get it, but pursue what's good, not pursue what makes you happy. I mean, it's almost the same thing, but it's not. It's different. You pursue what's good, and happiness appears. That's my opinion, and I'm right.
Chatty bunch, chatty bunch. Yeah, I think, it all depends on your definitions, right? Like, what do we mean by happiness? What do we mean by the pursuit of happiness? And I think as far as it goes, I thought that Mortimer J. Adler did a pretty decent job of describing at least what maybe Thomas Jefferson or the founding fathers had in mind, that it was not the type of shallow, good feeling, but it was kind of encompassed in having completed the race or having lived a good life, so that it was it had to do kind of with how, like, the ethics of how you lived, which I don't think you would disagree with, right?
Yeah, pursue the good, and you will be happy. But I think phrasing it as pursue the happy, I just think that's a wrong phrase. I'm not wholly against the idea. I just think the wording is slightly wrong.
Wait, didn't Thomas Jefferson want to put something else there? I think I'm remembering a story now where Thomas Jefferson actually wanted to put a different word, but then Benjamin Franklin persuaded him to go with happiness. Is that ringing a bell for any of you guys?
Yes.
Well, somebody in the hive mind, look it up and see what Thomas Jefferson was going to put instead of happiness. And then Sherry asks, what's the difference between happiness and joy? The joy of the Lord is our strength.
Happiness is Republican, joy is Democratic. I'm joking here, okay? It's a joke.
It's pretty good.
I'm waiting for Yon God to, here it is, to give us the Greek roots. Yeah. If you really want to go to the root of it, you have to go to the Greek.
Are you down on Greek, Yoav? I mean, it's not my
No, Young God is.
Yep, looks like it was property. That's not quite what I thought it was. the
That
French
sounds
one
right.
is the French one is the life, liberty, and fraternity, right? Brotherhood. But yeah, Mandy says all good libertarians know this. Haha. Yeah, I mean, there's a good argument for property rights in the Ten Commandments, right? How could you steal something? Why would stealing be against the law if it wasn't right to own things? How could you steal something that nobody owned? Or at least that's what I remember the argument for private property coming from. But that's a diversion. That's a diversion. So this eudaimonia, these good demons, a good spirit. Is this the right time to bring it? Is happiness a spirit? Is it something that overtakes you in the moment, beyond your control? What are we saying here, guys? You guys joined just to be like quiet on my stream. I appreciate it. It's chill vibes. I get it, but like, it really doesn't make the show kind of flow, you know.
Happiness is a blessing we're given from doing good. It's something like that. I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but it's a side effect, and it's a blessing. We do good, happiness descends upon us. It's something like that, as far as I can tell.
Why are some people happy when they do bad?
That's a 2-hour discussion.
Well, in Hebrew, the word is osher, and you can pronounce it either with a more throaty way or a less throaty way. It's either osher or osher, one meaning happiness, one meaning property.
So it kind of carries both meanings, happiness and property, within the one Jewish word or Hebrew word?
Slightly pronounced differently.
Oh, that's helpful.
Can you... So how do you think about that? Because that's like new information to us, but you've had this boiling in your mind for however long. So how do you think about this duality of this word?
No, well, the discussion about what Jefferson meant, that is new, of course, new to me. I'm not very well versed in American history. But what we do in Hebrew, we just mention together to be safe. We say, Osher ve'osher, have happiness and wealth together in one breath, so we don't have to care about the distinction.
Can you be happy if you own nothing?
Yeah, but if you wish somebody, if it's a good wish, you're like you're wishing your friend the best. You say, Osher ve'osher, why not? Why not wish them the best of both worlds? This is what we do because we don't want to get into this distinction.
I thought that Jordan Peterson basically said that happiness was essentially a big 5 trait. You know, it's positive emotion, essentially. And so for people who have lots of positive emotion, they tend to be happy. And people who do not have a lot of the positive emotion trait, they tend to be more sad, depressive types. How does that play in?
Yes, and you can find it, there is a certain geographical spread of the tendency to be happy over the globe that is interesting.
Well, would it change for you, Mark, if it was better understood as the freedom to pursue joy?
No, I think that's backwards. We pursue our interests. Maybe our interests are good, maybe they're bad. But when we reach the goals, that produces this thing we call happiness. So it's not we pursue happiness and how do I put this into words? We pursue our goals, and if we reach them, happiness descends upon us, even if our goals are bad. And then we get to the good bad argument, which I don't know if you want to go there, but I'm loving the view from Ethan's camera.
Yeah, he's really outdoing us in doing healthy things. Well, what about this? West Coast Refugee says ownership and happiness equals a level of autonomy. Is that the kind of where the founding fathers were trying to head? Or, because it's one thing to reference them as the founding fathers, and that certainly adds a bit of like American patriotism to it. But just as thinkers, they're in the line of John Locke and kind of, the whole Kantian ethics and going back to Aristotelian ethics. Like it's not like they were just kind of political men. Their politics were informed by this Aristotelian and Enlightenment type of thinking. And so all that to say, are we to think that they made too much of autonomy or freedom or agency? Is there a better form of government, or maybe that's a too broad of a question, but like I don't know. I feel the two things I want to hit on right now are the fact that we are like thinking of them maybe too much. This is because of my joke, but thinking of them too much as political people, and so this being an idea of like politics and left versus right. And then the other mistake I see us making is confusing happiness with the quote unquote pursuit of happiness. That the freedom was meant to bring about you to be able to pursue the good in your life. And so it doesn't conflict with what you're talking about, Mark, in some senses. But yeah, what do we make of that? That wasn't directed at anybody, but all three of you, I guess.
Ownership and burden are equal in measure. Does that make sense? The more you own, the more burdens you have. So ownership is not equal to happiness. And deep down, we know this. It's like, oh, the richer I become, the more happy I am. And it's like, no, that doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. It's never worked. We pretend it works, but come on. So there's no relationship between ownership and happiness. If you can, I'm at this point. I think Sherry can express what I'm thinking, and it's something like the lightness of existence is happiness. It's something like that. Maybe Sherry can jump on. I see you in the comments, Sherry. Come on.
Sherry likes to wait till the stream's almost done.
It's something like a lightness. It is. I don't know how to say it.
Lance is dropping the Kierkegaard in the hive mind here. Let's see what we got. Lance says, pursuing happiness apart from understanding one's authentic self in relation to the divine leads to existential despair. And then it says, for Kierkegaard, happiness cannot be achieved by chasing it directly. It's a byproduct of living authentically and aligning with one's purpose.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds more like Mark than Kierkegaard to me, but I also read Kierkegaard in a particularly weird way. So, but yeah, it sounds like you're onto something. At least Lance is seeing in Kierkegaard some of the same wisdom you were giving us. Come on, Sherry, please join us. You're not going to shut us down. I have at least another hour, I would guess. Probably more.
Okay, I disagree with Mark.
All right. Lay it out.
Cool. I think happiness is directly related to ownership, at least in a sense. My under, oh gosh, I think eudaimonia is attached to like flourishing. So then my brain goes like, well, what is flourishing?
Say
Like
again. I didn't understand what you said.
eudaimonia is attached to flourishing.
You don't what?
Well, anyways, so then I go like, how does something flourish? And I think for something to flourish, it needs to be planted. And if you're going to plant something, you have to plant it in a place. And if you're going to steward that thing, then you should probably own the place you're planting something in. And I think it's important to own a piece of land so that you can plant things and steward creation.
Yeah, but if you want to plant something, that's already love. And so happiness is a derivative of the love of planting something. Happiness is always a derivative of something else. You love your land, you love your wife, you love your children, you love whatever you love. Happiness is secondary to that primary love. That's what I think I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But like you have to have the thing first in order to like derive something from it. That's what I'm saying. Is like if I don't like have a home, like a literal house, if I don't own a house, then like all of those secondary things that derive out of that place, like I need to pursue like home ownership so that I can like receive the love of a family out of a home.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. You're not pursuing happiness, you're pursuing a home, and as a consequence, you get happiness. Happiness is secondary. We're agreeing with each other.
Is there not a slight distinction? Because I like Thomas Jefferson could have put life, liberty, and the pursuit of a home. He could have put life, liberty, and the pursuit of love. You know, he could have put life, liberty, and the pursuit of the city of God. There, you know, there's all these things he could have put. But I'm also just thinking about the idea of like where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. And so, yeah, there's a weird. This is certainly a very complex and deep dynamic, and so I think you both are doing really good at kind of talking it out, because there is this aspect where I think Ethan is onto something where, and maybe the ownership, maybe we need to think of the ownership first as a type of self-responsibility, right? Not to make it too kind of conservative coded, but the other use of the term ownership, like I'm going to own up to my own BS, or I'm going to own this task on this team, you know, I'm going to take ownership of it. And in that sense, that does seem to be the type of good one does in pursuit of happiness. Now, it's not the same thing as happiness, but I don't know how you can separate that as being a part of the pursuit of happiness. And for the first time ever on the Sunday Chill Stream, Mr. Al and the crowd goes wild. What's up, Al?
Well, y'all were just talking about stuff that's right in my niche, but also I also happen to have the reprint of Jefferson's Bible, so I thought it would be, apropos for me to pop in. I was just looking up what he said about happiness, but I don't think it's any different. We have to remember at his time, it was very much what Nietzsche said. He said that we're the arbiters of value, right? In German, there was a word for this, schätzen. It means to evaluate, but it means by evaluating something, you define whether you treasure it, right? And it also means, it's also where you find your meaning, if that makes sense. And as far as what McMo said earlier, I think the thing that's missing now, and Martin Buber wrote about this, is agency, individuality is not separated from the other. fact, that's the only way you can come to know yourself, either in the Greek, nothisotan, or individuation to young. So, what do you think of that? And I'll look through his Bible here.
I like Martin Buber.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And I like you bringing him in here. But I want to get what do you think about? Do you see the distinction between Mark's point and Ethan's point? What do you make of this kind of happiness as being the secondary good that comes from us pursuing the good versus the pursuit of happiness being a good in and of itself?
So I'm in the camp that I don't believe there is such a thing as happiness. It's just some therapists argue that our happiness is being without disturbance or without strife. I go so far as what Camus is getting at, and we miss it when he says heureux in French. It's not simply happy; it's actually feeling fortunate, feeling content is the word that I say. So I think we go back to the Greek, and they believe that, and someone said in the chat, it was awesome, this eudaimonia. But where does that come from? I think it's being aligned with your passions, passio in the Greek, and the religio to Cicero, the path that you follow with devotion and commitment. And what comes from that is confidence or contentment. What do you think?
No, I absolutely agree. I call myself uneducated because I haven't read a single philosopher, and every time I try, they just annoy the shit out of me. And what you're saying is exactly what I experience. So yeah.
That's my favorite line from St. John of the Cross. And let me just remind people, it's from Spanish. So it's not the dark night of the soul. He said it was the obscure night of the soul. And that's the big thing. When you feel misaligned, when you feel most disconnected from your source, that's when you're actually starting to feel that connection. You get what I mean? Most people don't pay attention to that loss. But he said, these things aren't understood when you try to search them out or try to explain them or understand them. Thomas Merton said the same thing, right? But he said, and he spent like 3, 6, 8 chapters trying to say this, but he said it's practice. You got to, and Vedanta says the same. If you don't feel faith, if you don't feel religiosity, practice with devotion and commitment. And St. John of the Cross and Vedanta both agree that that feeling of connection, what Brother Lawrence called practicing the presence of God. They said it will come, right? You get what I mean? And I think that's what happiness is.
So there's this move that's like, I'm failing to understand that both, it seems, our kindly Gen X uncles are making, which is to say that like happiness is not a thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to skirt that to kind of say, actually, not only is happiness not a thing, it's actually whenever people say happiness, they actually mean this other thing. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, why the hell do we have the word happiness? What are people actually talking about when they're talking about happiness? And what I'm afraid that we would do is to kind of label a simplistic understanding of happiness or happy as something that's like immature or stupid to desire, right? And so because here's the thing is like, oftentimes for someone who's depressed, we'll say, and it doesn't have to be like the worst depression in the world, just kind of run of the mill depression. You got the blues. This all becomes kind of even more confusing, right? Because it's like, well, am I sad because of something I've done? Am I sad because of something I'm thinking? Am I sad? Is sadness or a lack of happiness just this kind of void, so that I desire happiness because I lack happiness, and so that then comes the kind of dialectic of desire, or is basically everybody kind of knows what happiness is. We know when we see a happy person walking down the street, they're smiling. It's one of the basest emotions in the world, is just like smiling, and it kind of, it points to something. And so what is this move of saying like happiness isn't a thing and then finishing the statement with, and that's what I think happiness is?
Can I do a 5-minute rant?
Oh yeah, dude, go for it. Go for it. You're on the clock.
I'm. To be honest, I really want to shut up and just listen to Al, but maybe I should slip this in. So, damn it, where was I? I've lost my thread. Okay, I'll just listen to Al. Forget about it.
Dang, I mean, you got 5 minutes, dude. That's
Yeah.
that's how you're going out. Come on,
You
dude.
got her hoped up.
I lost my thread. It's like, damn it.
Well, just sit for a
5-minute
second.
rant.
Maybe it'll come back. I'm sure Al or Ethan has something to say.
Yeah. It's too bad. I don't know.
Al,
Yeah.
well, I mean, essentially what I heard you say on your riff was you were talking about what you treasure,
Yeah.
which I just hear as like what you worship.
Exactly. And that was so missed from that what I think Jordan was trying to get across with worship. It's religio, it's passio, it's shraddha in Sanskrit. It's what you're devoted to completely. And that's what I was going to get at. Like, I think McBo's pointing at there's two kinds of contentment or happiness. There's those, and let's say artists, right? Either writing or creating. Doesn't matter, because make yourself the greatest creation, right? So we're all creating as we go. But some people are content in their artwork, right? They think they created something awesome and they get that happiness or contentment from that. But I wonder if, McMo, you're pointing at this idea that some of us actually don't have that kind of happiness. It's more like a gestalt. So like what Hemingway said is write the book that you have to get out, right? And so you feel this like release. And I wonder if it's maybe some people don't see it the same because it's perspectively known, but it's the same idea. So one person thinks their release is their creation. The other person thinks that by release, they become the creation. You get what I mean? And so I think it's like it's either ennui. I forget that. That's a different idea. But I think what you're hitting at here is, you said it, confidence is as much as happiness, right? It's an arbitrary term that we define. You get what I mean? I don't know. Did that help you, Mark? Get back on track.
Yeah, Mark, do you remember what you were going to say?
No, it's the conversation keeps moving on, and then I lose my thread.
Well, jump in when you need to. Jump in when you need to. But yeah,
Okay,
I think I see.
I
I
promise.
see what you're pointing to, Al. I also think that it's, well, what do I actually think about it? I'm not sure. I guess that's why I wanted to play the video. You know,
And that's why we talk this stuff out.
Right.
PVK mentioned this in his last video, and that's so missing. The leading researcher on reading says that we're born storytellers, born listeners, and yet we make people sit in a room and read quietly. And I think that's why people are falling in love with long form podcasts. It took it a while, right? Because we have to maybe get, not all of us are Irish like me, born with the gift of the gab. So they have to learn, you know. I wonder, what do you think? If it's like we're becoming, I think we're becoming a meta being, right? We're not giving up. Like for a while there, we were turning our back on reading, but I think we're going to turn back towards reading because of myth, not just narrative, but myth. But I think we're going to incorporate storytelling with the books, right? What do you think? And new media.
That's such an interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, we're like a
you
modern.
might be right. We'll see, but it's something I'll look at. See what happens.
I think that's our superpower. We push ourselves to the very edge of extinction. Like in 536 AD, if you look at it, we almost extinct around the world. Yet some of our greatest philosophies, creations, civilizations, beliefs came from that period. And I think that's what we're meant. In the 60s, there's a professor, I can't remember his name. Don't quote me here. Milgard. He did studies and he kind of realized, and they were surprised by this, that most of us are the herd beast that Nietzsche predicted, right? 80% or so of us, it varies between 60 and 80%, just follow the prevailing narrative. And then there's the outliers on either side, right? Very black and white. They're not in the middle like us that can understand nuance. I think this is Ian McGilchrist's left and right brain, right? And they're meant
It's
to push
also
us.
Peugeot center in the margin.
Exactly.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, don't. You're dead on. That's what I mean. I think it blends into all these different ways of trying to see it. It's Emerson's circles upon circles. Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
Sherry, welcome. Get us back on track. These Gen X's are gonna have us thinking about Nietzsche, and probably Mark's a couple of rants away from playing us a Beatles song on the guitar. So you got to help us out. Get us back on track. What is what? How do you think about happiness and joy and pursuing happiness? People don't really talk about pursuing joy. You know, there's this weird thing where we say like, no, happiness is kind of neither here nor there. Joy is what you need to be after. But we don't normally. We also sometimes talk about joy being a gift, and it's something that you can't attain. You know, and so, shed some light. How do you think about these things?
I just think they're both different, and we're entitled to have both of them. It's not one or the other. We should be happy. And when we live in a state of joy, we will be happy. That's how I think about it. So, but joy is a state of soul. It's not a state of mind.
An alignment.
Yeah, with the good, capital G.
Yeah, summum bonum. In fact,
You could
Bishop
take
Barron invoked that a few weeks back. The greater good.
Well, I don't know. I would avoid that term, the greater good. That's a terrifying good. It can be. That's like identifying with the collective. But no, there is God, and God is good, and yeah. So I don't know what else to say, McMo.
Well, I guess the other question was like, does that relate to property or ownership in any way? And then Al was also most recently, I guess, bringing in the Nietzschean idea of kind of the herd versus the outliers. You know, I preferred the Kierkegaardian, universal particular in the one individual, and that there is the crowd, but that it lacks a type of ontology or even obviously epistemology, like in the sense of like the madness of crowds, but then also there's no such thing as a crowd. It's kind of like the word happiness, apparently, where whenever you try to nail it down, it just kind of avoids the barb. But any
Slips out
thoughts
of your
on?
Well, wait, I just wanted to address there's I'm not sure that's right. A martyr might have peace and even joy, but happiness, I'm not so sure. And right away I thought of Saint Ignatius on his way to be martyred in Rome, where he begs the Christians there not to, intervene in his martyrdom. And he seems to me to be pretty happy about it. So I just wanted to add that, and just the few saints that we've gone through on Lives of the Saints with Jeremy, martyrdom doesn't seem to be like, if they weren't happy about it, they would recant, right? Which a lot of people did. Like a lot of people went to the temple and sacrificed the idols and squeezed their way out of the martyrdom thing. So, but those who were martyred, I think that they were happy. I would say they were happy. Wasn't fun. That's a whole nother word. But I think they were happy.
Yeah, it's I guess the way I look at it is similarly, like that joy and happiness are probably just two separate things, and that sometimes they come together and sometimes they don't. But that like happiness is good, joy is better, maybe. But both is better than both. I'm not sure.
Well, no, I would say joy is fundamental to happiness. That's how I would see it.
Oh, so happiness requires joy at some level.
Well, yeah, I think so. You have to have some kind of like if you are in a weird place, you're like weird as in you're feeling uncomfortable in the place with the people that you're with. I'm sure we've all had those experiences. And then some man comes up and offers you a candy. You're not going to be too happy about that, right? That's going to not make you feel happy. So there has to be kind of this joy of communion, of being in the place where you are. Like this is the fundamental, the foundational aspect of happiness. You know, like when a stranger hands a little child a candy, and the child makes strange with that stranger, that's because they're not operating on that foundational joy of communion thing. That's the floor, as Justin would say, Peter Penrose Bach, he would say the dance floor. The dance floor.
Can we get some tangerines in the chat for Peter Penrose Bach, please? Some tangerines in the chat. Al, what you thinking?
No, I totally agree. But I wonder, what do you guys think of this before I mention? I found something in the Jefferson Bible to answer some of our questions here. But what do you think of this? It's actually from the Jefferson Bible, but to riff off of that, he highlights how we're told when we fast, don't have a sad countenance. Okay, and it doesn't have to be a Christian because it's the same thing in Buddhism. Like they tell us, it's in the Heart Sutra, right? There's no attainment. So, and it's the Bible and in Buddhist scripture that you shouldn't be doing charity with any sort of egoistic, right? Yes, you're going to be doing it for a certain amount of selfish self-interest, but you're not doing it for ego reasons. So I wonder, what do you guys think of this idea? As Vedanta talks about this, if you don't feel, the faith, they tell you to just do the practice, right? Do it with devotion and commitment. Fake it till you make it. What do you guys think? Like, this idea that if you're not feeling happy, if you don't have what you want what you have. I wonder if that's where we're missing out here. Every modern person wants an answer when maybe we just need to learn. I don't know. What do you guys think? To be content.
The only pushback I would have on an idea of contentedness is that it's the idea of Christian contentedness and Buddhist contentedness is very different. Not only in their source, but also in their kind of direction, right? Like the goal of them. Christian contentedness in a way is a contentedness with an acknowledged emptiness, right? An acknowledged void, but with the hope that void, it's the God-shaped hole. We live with the God-shaped hole, but we expect it to be filled with God. And the Buddhist contentedness is becoming okay with the hole, with kind of no, I know that there are different riffs on this. I'm not trying to speak for all of Buddhism, which you know way more than me, but you get the direction I'm going. That would be my only pushback. In regards to the fake it till you make it, I think it's one of those, Ecclesiastes, for every thing there is a season. Like if your whole life you're just faking it and you're like, I hope I make it one day.
I don't mean it like that. No,
yeah,
fake it with intention. Good point.
Yeah. So it's kind of like there are times and places to fake it until you make it, or to act without the emotion.
Yeah.
But then there's also times when you really need to look into if every single day you wake up and you're like, all right, fake it till I make it. Let's back to the grind. Happiness isn't important. I need to be content with this dystopian hellhole that I'm living. Like that. Maybe that's not it. I mean, to find contentment in a place like that, though, I would say that it is a heroic act. It is the type of saintly work of a lifetime that would be well worth pursuing. So I want to agree with you on that. But Ethan, you're at a place where you look like you're ready to talk, full face in the camera, no longer moving, thinking hard, looking handsome. What say you, sir?
Perfect lighting.
I wanted to circle back something Al said earlier about like stories and myth, and then he mentioned like kids reading quietly,
by themselves. Yeah.
By themselves. Yeah. And then you mentioned the word meta being.
Yeah.
And what that made me think about was how in the old days, a couple thousand years ago, like storytelling and myth telling was like a communal act. And it was this thing that you would share among a group, among each other, with each other, and that you would kind of like enter, I believe, you would enter into that story as a group, and then something about the entering into the story like kind of transforms you. You don't quite like come out of the story the same.
Exactly.
And for some, like, there's a degree of that if you read a book quietly to yourself. But I do think something different happens when a group of people come together and enter into a story.
That's what worship is too.
It's 360, dead on.
Yeah. I just want to. I'm not trying to interrupt or change the subject, but Jan God desperately wanted us to read Romans 4-5, so I'm going to read them.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Now to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned of grace, but of debt. But to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness. Boom.
Yeah, that's one of those verses that I feel like they should, if I were running things, they'd only give that to the insiders. You know, they wouldn't translate that into every language known to man and just distribute it amongst the population. They would certainly, put some, if the Illuminati existed, I feel like they would fight pretty hard to get that knowledge out there. And they have by, in numerous ways. There's one thing that I'm failing to put into words that I think is at play in everything we've been talking about. And it's kind of back to bringing in Buber, Al. And it's that I, thou, and it's also making me question the type of, maybe the reason why this happiness joy thing is a thorn for at least Christians. Mm-hmm. Has to do less with the Christianity part and more because Yoav came on and kind of seemed like, yeah, no, this is no issue. We've got both of these words. There's a, our culture doesn't struggle with this kind of a thing. But so what I wanted to point to is something like the difference that happens internally in a group of people when the conversation departs from what is happiness to are you happy? And I think that that's something that something like the embodiment of the story that Ethan was talking about. But I noticed that is a very subtle shift of like when I pose the question to myself, like, am I happy? It's like, oh man, well, yeah, in this moment, I get like that's when all of the other words start bubbling up, right? Trying to, and it makes me wonder, like, because within that, there's always the possibility that I'm hiding my own happiness from myself in order that I might get more of it. There's all of these subtle games that one can play with oneself. But I just want to first point to that kind of subtle shift of and I'm sure you guys can all feel it, but when the question turns from what is happiness to am I happy or are you happy? There's something interesting that happens there. I'm not quite sure what to call it.
Well, yeah. I was going to say before you started talking about that, happiness seems to be very correlated to a having mode, right? If I have this, I'll be happy, whereas joy, at least in my mind, seems to be more correlated to a being mode, like a state of being. And so when you ask yourself, are you happy? You immediately do inventory, don't you? Or am I the only person who does that?
Yes. Yeah, no, relate.
Right. So an inventory is like, it's a storehouse of goods, right? So it's like you're trying to figure out if you have all the things and and a lot of times your happiness is correlated to getting those things, right? And so, and I have a friend who, whenever I ask them if they're happy, they say, not really. Like every time. Because they're doing that to the extreme. They're doing that inventory to the extreme, right? So they might have like 75 of the things they always wanted, but they're missing the other 25. And so they're not really happy, because once they get all that, then, right? So there's, I don't know. It's just, my experience has been that it seems to be somehow contingent on what you have. And that's why it's momentary too, right? Because your desire changes. So you get the thing and then you want something else. And so now there's a happiness hole, right, that needs to be filled. So I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
I think that made me remember maybe the proper answer to a question earlier about what would Christian absurdism have to say about happiness, or what would Kierkegaard maybe have to say about happiness. And I'm reminded of a small little, not even a parable, it's just kind of a image that he posits to kind of explain the quote unquote night of faith. And he says that he would resemble your common bourgeois Philistine, which has been one of my favorite turns of phrase ever since I read it for the first time. A bourgeois Philistine is just like the best diss, because you call them both an uppity up and an everyman in the same two words. But what he says is that the night of faith, basically the man who displayed the same amount of faith as Abraham, who was willing to sacrifice his son because he trusted God so much, that man, you'd follow him on the way home from work, not being able to see anything holy about him, right? Like you wouldn't be able to tell that he was a saint. He would look, by all accounts, perfectly normal. And he would tell you, except for this one point, which he would tell you that he was going home to the best meal he could possibly imagine, that his wife was going to cook him up like the best meal. And you would think that it was like the meal fit for a king. And that when he got home and he saw that it was just like 2 potatoes and a sausage or whatever, he would still eat it with the enjoyment and the happiness as if he had the meal that he was hoping for. And so in that way, that's why he says that there's this amount of faith by nature of the absurd, that the reality of unhappiness would not shake the night of faith's. You could maybe make the distinction of like Christian happiness. So Kierkegaard would want to point to this Christian happiness that's based far more fundamentally in the hope of entering into the rest of the Father than it is in the this world offering satisfaction. I'm reminded of the old hymn from my the Baptist church I grew up in, "Take the world but give me Jesus." That's the type of idea or thought that comes to me, I suppose, when I feel joy but not happiness. And yeah, now I'm failing to remember exactly what you were pointing to, Sherry, but how does that sound? Does that fit in with what you were saying? Does that
I think
also,
so.
Al, Ethan, please feel free.
Yeah, Ethan, what do you think?
Well, maybe I want to add one more layer and circling back to some other stuff. Because another thing that's come up repeatedly is like the individual. And I think I'm kind of like out on the idea of the individual.
Boo, boo. Please continue.
Well, like my claim is that like you require like foreign bacteria in your gut in order to just like digest your food. So like, how much of an individual are you if you can't like eat food on your own? And when we talk about like communal storytelling, something happens in the context of a community. And when I think about happiness, like I just don't think about being happy by myself, being alone. Like when I think about like, am I happy? Or like, what would it take for me to be happy? I go like, just like place me with my family or my friends, and like, then I will be happy. Like I just put me into a community, and like the happiness will never cease.
Well, okay, I just got to throw this out there about the individual, because theoretically, like Mark says, no man is an island, right? Like we're all connected to each other, we're history, even the future. You know, like Jeremy said to me one time that he prays for himself when he was a boy. That's like really entering in. I was like, oh, wow. That is very cool. But on the other hand, we all have to make choices. Nobody can make them for us. So, and you know, this is the conundrum of the one and the many, right? The person and the collective, or the group, or the community, however you want to put it.
Yeah, I think you're putting your finger on it, Sherry. Like, at least in term, when I use the term individual, I'm pouring, like, in Kierkegaard also, and this is often misunderstood, but when he points to the individual, he's not, for instance, saying that any human being is self-sufficient and that you can kind of pluck them out of that you can kind of separate them completely from their history, their biology, their family, all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're connected in all of these ways, certainly. But when Kierkegaard uses the individual, he's really talking about the human being as he stands before God, right? I
think Anselman has it nailed. It's an error to read individual as meaning totally unrelated to others. Individual is unique, having a God-given unique identity and made for relation to God. And I would also say that the community creates the individual, and the individual creates the community. Like, so, like, if anyone here has ever taken my advice to read Matthias Desmet, you'll find out how that works with mass formation, right? Like the formation of a mass. But that mass also forms the totalitarian system. Like the leaders, they're informing and forming each other, right? So like it's really entangled, but I don't know. I just feel like all the romantics use the word individual, so I'm going to stick with it. I know it's a bad word in our modern world because of individualism, but it's like condemning origin because of originism.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm okay with shifting the vernacular to personal. Like that, the person. That's fine. That to me is a fine I've switched my words around based on who I'm talking to. That's never bothered me whatsoever. But notice how I didn't curse at all with Pastor Paul and my rando.
You're all things to all men, McMo.
Yeah, so that we might win some. But the only reason I even push back on that, Ethan, beyond just it's fun to boo you, is that I do think that, like, it opens up a type of or it hides oneself from himself, maybe would be the way to put it. And it becomes a very easy avenue for the kind of offloading of responsibility. It's like, because even when, like, when you put it, like, in terms of agency, right? Like Sherry said, you have to make choices that no one can make for you. I can just hear a past version of myself being like, well, actually, no, because I was raised at a certain time and place with these societal factors that constrained me, and I was influenced by certain, economic, historical, social forces that were beyond my control and beyond my understanding, that actually, like, made me the type of person I am today. And that's where the kind of, actually, there's no man is an island type of thinking goes too far, right? Is when it's like, well, actually, if you go so far as to say no man is an island, therefore there is no man, and there is only either, like, specimen or atoms of a whole, or particles, then you've done away with the medium by which God incarnated. So that's a fundamentally unchristian thing to do, to just completely throw away with the person, the individual, the particular human, the one God knew before he formed us in our mother's womb, the head on which he knows every hair. Like you can break it down, but there's this real, I think that there's a real important thing that Kierkegaard, but also much of Christianity is pointing us towards, which is the importance of us. The fact that we're made in God's image means that we're in some way, the Lord God is one. We're made in his image. We are one. Like there's all of these downstream effects and upscaling, truths that one can see when we kind of just accept our fate as like, yeah, shit, I was born McMo, and I'm on this ride, but there's also that is our only freedom. That is our only constraint, is in some sense our individual, who God made us to be, who we are when we stand before him. But yeah, Al, you've been quiet. You've been uncharacteristically quiet. What's going through your head, man?
Oh, you guys have been all over, but it just keeps swinging back. If I could tie it all together a little bit, Nietzsche explained Gestalt of the individual. And Gestalt in German means greater than the sum of its parts. And the way he explained it is he was half German, half Polish. And every time he ran into someone who was Polish, they either saw him as Polish or not Polish enough. Same with the German. But no one ever saw him for what he truly was, a complex. And this is what Gestalt means, right? We see in Gestalt. We don't see a cat. We don't go with paws and claws and tail and hair. We see it in a complete package, okay? So to tie this all together, you brought up, Sherry, I love this, Desmond. In a recent one of his books, The Psychology of Totalitarianism, which was building on Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism. But he explained in this, and this is what ties it all together. This is internal family systems. It's narrative and trauma. I love what your friend said about praying for the previous self. That is actually how they heal childhood or traumatic somatic issues, is by praying to the previous self. I even argue future self therapy can work the same way.
Oh yeah, he does that too.
Yes. Oh, there you go.
I'm doing it now.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, but this is what Desmond said, and this is why it all ties together. Okay, Buber said the same thing. I and thou. W.E. Du Bois said the same thing. Joy. It all ties together because what we're dealing with here is the crisis of profilicity, meaning everyone's their profile. Everyone's not knowing who they are. When you said, "Who am I?" Well, the disconnect is, when someone says, "How happy are you?" or "Are you happy?" The disconnect isn't the happy part. The disconnect is you don't know who you are, right? That's why you can't answer that question. So the argument from Desmond is in identity are the stories that other people tell that you try to live. Whereas myth, your narrative, your stories, your real is the story that you write and you are devoted to live. How's that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going through this right now with Eugene Terrakin. It's on Fairy Stories and by Tolkien. And yesterday we recorded another one, and we talked about last week too, but we talked about the soup more. Mm-hmm. So Tolkien says that true fairy tale is a soup. It's like a
mix.
Soup.
Yeah, it's like a gestalt to me.
Yeah, and you can talk about, you can complain about the soup, right? Like, so you could criticize the soup as a soup, but you can't pick the bones out and try to find out what they are.
Yeah, it's got to be taken in the whole.
It has to be taken as a soup, and you can also add more to it. So that's what I was thinking about when you were talking about that.
So, well, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention. It all ties together. And tell me if you don't agree, Sherry. When you were talking about, and earlier they were saying about Night of the Faith, but then you mentioned about this Christian happiness. Well, just you, but there was a few things that were tying it together. But I think it all ties together. Instead of us calling it the Night of Faith, if we called it the Night of Commitment, because for me, Christian happiness is wholeness. And it's what Jung hammers on about, but it's when Jesus, when he looked down at the guy, he's like, would you be whole?
Well, yeah. Okay. So that's why I said earlier that joy is fundamental to happiness, right? Because if you are exhibiting like a constant state of happiness,
that's what I wrote down.
And like Anselman pointed out, even in the face of suffering, then
Like Job.
You're,
I would include Job in that knight of faith.
well, he wasn't a happy camper for a long
Yeah,
time.
but he had great faith.
He did. Well, he had in great integrity, I would
Yeah.
say.
So
Yeah.
Kierkegaard sees Job as like the height of ethics, and he calls it that he characterizes that as the knight of resignation.
Yeah.
It's also
Oh,
but
I love that.
he
He accepted his fate.
distinguishes it from the knight of faith because of that. Like I pointed to earlier, the difference in contentedness and then like looking hope, essentially.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
like-
what, if I could quickly just get that, that's what people miss about Nietzsche. When he was talking about Amor Fati and his eternal return, people think, oh my God, like no, it was simple. He just said the secret to our happiness is very, very simple. We have to accept our fate. And his thought experiment was the eternal return. He said, if you accept everything as if this was your fate and you would live it over and over again, that's true. What would you call it? Radical acceptance of our fate. If you can accept being disconnected from God one moment and the next, if you can accept that, then that's what he argued is Job's more than just resignation. It's a radical acceptance of where you are. And what do you guys think
You know
of that?
what,
That's,
Al? You're talking about acceptance and commitment therapy, which is an actual
Yes.
therapy
Yes,
based on
exactly.
Buddhism.
Yep. And well,
And-
I have a strong background in Buddhism, and they stole a lot from it. So you're going to probably hear a lot when I talk. Yeah.
Yeah, like no, the guy who developed it, he's a psychiatrist. He is a Buddhist, and Stephen Hayes, I think his name is. Anyways, I was in acceptance and commitment therapy for 2 years straight, every week. Okay.
It's
That's popular.
mindfulness based. That's
Yeah,
MBCT,
yeah,
and then there's another one, mindfulness and acceptance. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's part of. I see no demarcation between spiritual ennui. See, Jung said almost about 100 years ago. He said that almost every single one of his patients were suffering from this malaise were cured, and back then it was only 20%. I argue population is probably what 60% now. Back then they just felt. I call it the modern malaise. They felt this disconnection. They didn't know what was wrong with them. And he said they were all healed, every single one of them, by adopting, which is what is missing, I think, from even the mindfulness-based commitment and acceptance. They don't have accepting your fate and knowing that you're not the center of the universe. And that's what Jung said, by adopting a religious view in life. They were all healed. And I think that's the takeaway, right? No, he didn't.
Nietzsche did not self-delete.
No,
Is
no.
that like a code for suicide? Nietzsche
Yes,
died-
yeah.
Nietzsche
Sherry, you're
died
gonna
of-
get me. You're gonna get me taken down from YouTube. You said the no word. What are you doing?
You can't
No,
say
I'm just
nothing
kidding.
anymore. No,
Yeah.
he's right
I-
though.
No,
I've
I'm
mentioned
just
it a
kidding.
few times on my streams. I never got taken
Yeah,
down.
so there's a theory for the
You gotta be
youth
big
out
enough?
there.
I didn't
that,
even get a banner.
Yeah, so
banner.
so the theory is that like basically the algorithm looks for certain words and then they will shadow ban you if there's a preponderance of negative content. They're not going to put you in front of
once or twice.
And
No,
yeah,
I'm not saying that you're spouting conspiracy theories.
well, I called it a conspiracy. I called it a conspiracy theory. It's
Well-
of course actually really what they do, unless you're the type of person who looks that up. So, but no, don't worry. I would rather us just talk how we want to talk and
Yeah.
make fun of the fact that we have robot overlords. I was not actually meaning to scold you.
No,
for
don't worry
using
about it.
the-
It is
No,
nice
okay, I
that you
didn't
mentioned
think
that.
way. But he died of what was it that goner?
We don't really know. In fact, the funniest thing about Nietzsche is one of the most recent biographies failed on so many levels. Like one, they said it was a Suprio called "I Am Dynamite." It's cool. Most of it's okay, but there's a few things she's wrong with. But overall, the consensus now is he had a tumor behind his eye because it makes sense with how his dad died and how he died. But I argue that Nietzsche died for his ideas because he was so ahead of his time and he was so desperate for people to hear what he had to tell them, that we'd killed God because we didn't believe in him anymore. And if we were going to do that we would have to create tablet values.
He basically just was warning about what the Enlightenment did. That's
You
what
wanna
it
know-
where
was.
we're at today. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
You want to know my fan theory about Nietzsche, which I love Kierkegaard, but I've also read a lot of Nietzsche, but it was when I was a much younger man, and I've made too many decisions on top of having CTE for me to have kept as much of the Nietzsche as I wish I did. But My kind of fan theory of why Nietzsche died is one of the last letters that he received was from a friend who was basically like, "Hey, you've got to check out this Kierkegaard guy. This guy from Denmark. Like he says a lot of the similar things as you. You'll really like him." And so my fan
Soren killed
theory
him,
is that he read Kierkegaard
and he died.
and his heart was tender. His heart was made tender by Kierkegaard's ironic, and so that basically Nietzsche became a Christian the moment he saw that horse being
and he
tortured,
ascended.
and
Okay,
he became
listen,
mentally
no.
ill in the eyes of the world, and that was actually his beatification. So that's my
So,
fan theory of Nietzsche.
Nietzsche falls into the same category as Kierkegaard and Dante and his name's escaping me now. The poet. Anyway.
Chaucer?
No, he's a romantic poet. Friedrich von he had a different name. Anyway, it'll pop into my head. He's a very big favorite. I don't know why I can't remember his name, but anyway, they all had unrequited love in their life.
Oh yes.
Yes, Nietzsche was right in there. Like
Those photos are rough. Those photos are rough.
One of the first philosophical menage a trois. What do they call it now? Polyamorous. She suggested a polyamorous relationship with Nietzsche. Yeah, and I think what he did, and so many of us do, this is, and again, talk about 360. So Nietzsche was arguably not that dissimilar from me. If I'd been born later, I probably would have been diagnosed as autistic. I think he had all of the tendencies that we might, and I'm not saying this to demean anyone, but it's actually Gabor Mate. He argues that there's certain qualities in our society, and we're enabling or encouraging these sorts of behaviors. But so he was unhealthily obsessed with what he took to be his passion, in the Greek passio. And I think he fell in love with Salome, and when he was snubbed, because, and I think you guys talked about this before. Tell me if you don't agree. I think Jordan isn't losing his mojo. I've seen it with Vervaeke. Without having these young kids with these different ideas and other people challenging him, he's got like an echo chamber, so no one's challenging his ideas. I think he's not growing from this. And I think what do you guys think?
I would nuance that a little bit to just say that the actual skill of putting your ideas in a good light as opposed to someone else's ideas or defending your ideas or all of that stuff, like I agree 100%. You are better at it with practice. Now,
I just want to say I remembered the poet's name.
What is it?
Novalis.
Okay.
But about Jordan Peterson,
mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson is a broken record. And so are each one of us.
Yeah. A lot of us end up that way. Yeah.
Yes. We're all broken records, my friends.
Unless we're constantly evolving that idea of.
Yeah, we do. And we can incorporate and hopefully integrate some,
let's hope,
richer imagery, or let's say, around our ideas. But there's always a point in our life. In my opinion, this is my humble opinion.
Yeah.
There's always a moment in our life where something comes in. And I think it's a divine moment, actually. It comes in like a Cupid's arrow, and it hits us in the heart, and it matters to us the most. And we don't know what it is. We're on a road of discovering it. And we keep talking about the same. Look, I know because I have kept poetry of mine and journaling of mine from when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I look back on it and I'm like, oh my God, I haven't changed a bit.
You're so right. I actually wrote in one of my first copies of Nietzsche's Zarathustra. And even though I was a shitty writer, it still sounds like me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's 100,000 years ago. Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah. Well, but that's what I argue here. So I don't think Nietzsche was killed. I think and argue he he's a great example of a prophet because you don't want to look at your idols too closely because they're all disappoint. So he said that if we had too many of these uber specialists, that they'd have these giant mouths to speak, but no ears or eyes to see or hear. And yet that was him. He was so obsessed in his philosophy. He didn't read enough of other people's. And I argue that's what we need. Our way out of this isn't to try to get uber specialists, is we need people who are passionate in a bunch of different realms. Because that's what I found with my teachers. You know, the teachers that got me most passionate, it weren't the ones that were the most into what they were teaching. It was the most diverse of the teachers. The ones, like one of my teachers, my favorite biology teacher, was because he was into militaria. And another one of my favorite French/English teachers, I loved her because she taught herself French reading the dictionary, which was cool. But she was into environmental concerns, and that was 1,000 years ago, so that was rare. You know what I mean? And I think if we had more, what would you call that? Multidisciplinarians. I think that would get us more forward.
That's what McGilchrist argues for, and it's also what C.S. Lewis was getting at when he said there are way too many people in university. What is happening?
There's so and medical. Everyone's so specialized. Like, just it breaks my heart when I found out that still to this day, dermatologists are taught to treat the skin in isolation to the body. Like that to me is, or psychiatrists like Basil van der Kolk's one of the most famous trauma psychiatrists. And there's another guy named Bulworth. He wrote the book called The Inflamed Mind. Well, both of them in their books talk about how when they first began as a psychiatrist, they were told to not wear their stethoscope because now you had to separate the mind from the body. And they all admit 25 years after that was stupid to do, but none of them ever pushed back. They literally treated the person's mind on its own instead of that gestalt of mind, body, and I think the soul. That's what we're missing today. It's the mind, body, and soul. Thoughts?
I want to maybe back 1 minute or so. No, not to say that what you were talking about is valuable stuff.
We get through so much stuff. Yeah, give her.
Yeah, but if we want to get back to the that feel we can. But since I have two fonts of wisdom, I was noticing that I think I might have changed. Not to say that I'm not a broken record, but I think that finding the things to become a broken record maybe happened fairly later in my life. Like, and part of this is just because I'm younger, and so a larger proportion of my life was still, like 2/3 of my life I was under the age of 20. So that's pretty crazy. So I feel very different than myself 10, 15, 20, even 5 years ago. But I wanted to bring in the idea of like finding the spot of the record that you can be a broken record on is like a wonderful gift. Like I was so happy, dare I say, to stumble upon the combination of the words absurdism and Christian, because I finally felt like I was like, now this is something that this is me. This is, I can pursue this, this can be.
And a record has grooves in it, and that's your groove, man. It's all good.
You're making the case for true diversity, because I argue, and I stole this from both Gabor Mate, who's has ideas on addiction, which I think applies to our social media and our cell phones, and also, believe it or not, Temple Grandin. So like just her recent book, Thinking Visually, she's trying to make the case now that we're forcing most of our kids to conform to a certain way of thinking and being. I argue she didn't go far enough. And I argue that we're all atypical. And until we have teachers who teach from audiobooks, ebooks, and physical books, act out, sing and dance, and allow kids to move when they're learning and talking and teaching, I think we're never going to really raise all boats. I don't know. What do you guys think?
When I was homeschooling my kids, one of the first questions I asked them as individuals was...
That's awesome, though. It's nice to be able to say, I bet.
Yeah, I would say to them, do you see what I'm saying? And if I got this blank stare, then I'd go, do you hear what I'm saying? And they'd say, yeah. And okay, so you're an audio, you're what do you call that? I can't remember the word now.
Auditory learner, but
auditory
actually
learner.
Yeah, every
And,
kid's different. I'm glad you saw that.
and it was such an easy test.
Yeah.
I would tell them something, and then I would ask those 2 questions, and I could deduce right away. And then I would go down the route of teaching the kid who was an auditory learner auditorially, or the
You're
visual
way
learner
ahead of the curve then.
visually. And it just panned out. Like, it just totally panned out. Like, it worked, you know.
You're lucky your kids aren't too much of a blend. I think that's why teachers give up, right? Like, you had 2 strong presenters, right? Like 3. Oh gosh, yeah, you're lucky. Yeah, why I think a lot of them are classifying some of these kids in these labels is because they're hard presenting. And so what I'm getting at is, they used to think that kids learn by listening, by seeing, by doing. But what we found out, that was just a New Zealand teacher who just kind of made that up, you know? What we're seeing is every kid is atypical. What I don't mean that every kid's on the autism spectrum. What I mean is every kid learns differently depending on not just what they're learning, but how they were raised and how they grow up.
Hey,
So
mate, I reckon these kids learn in different ways.
Yeah.
I reckon some of these kids learn by doing. Some of these kids are learning by hearing. We got to figure this out, mate. Neil, welcome, sir. Do you have any thoughts?
I got about 3.
3?
I know, we've thrown so many ideas.
Yeah, what's
Hey, we're just chilling. Imagine us in the Mediterranean with some cappuccino, a cigar, a cigarette. You know, it might be time in Europe now for some martinis, some Manhattans, you know, something a little elegant, something a little nice for the Mediterranean seaside. That's where we're at. Look, see the photo behind us. So lay it on us, Neil. 3 thoughts. Let's go.
If you took 20 kids and gave them a typical K through 8th grade education, and then you took those same 20 kids and maybe they had check-ins at a couple of points during the day, but they generally just played outside and had to entertain themselves. And then you threw them, both groups, into typical high school education, and then you see how they did. I'm not at all convinced that the K through 8 kids would outperform the kids who are just supervising themselves and maybe have minor adult guidance or supervision, you know, to like check-in points throughout the day. Yeah.
Well, that's
there's a hot take. I'm still listening. I'm just doing stuff. So.
But you're dead on. Jonathan Haidt has come to that conclusion. He wrote his book in 2018 thinking that technology was the problem, but now he calls it free range kids. It's what Neil just said. Let these kids do stuff
when
on his
that
own.
happened, when that came out, I was branding cows with my neighbor, and he was an elderly man from the Lakes District in England who cowboyed in Canada in the 1950s.
He had some great
and then
stories.
had his own ranch, and anyway, so I said to him something about, because where I live here, we have free range cows, literally do. Like, they're out there. You have to fence your property. Otherwise, the cows are on your property, and it's not up to the rancher to fence them out.
It's the
up to you.
landowner. I love that. Yeah.
So anyway, I mentioned to Eric that, I said, Eric, did you hear that there's this newfangled idea about free range kids? He goes,
yeah.
What's that? And I said, oh, it's just, letting them play unsupervised. He goes, what?
Did he just think that was
that's
stupid?
all his kids ever did. That's how I
thought
grew
he'd
up.
say that. Yeah.
And that's how my kids grew up. But I wanted to say, like, when I was living in Switzerland, I only had my kids in the public school system for a short time there because the public school system was so conformist. It was terrible. Like, they couldn't even bring a snack that didn't match the snacks that all the other kids had. So,
my gosh.
But anyway, I put them in a Montessori school, and in the Montessori school, they could do just what Neil was talking about. They could work at their own pace. The teacher was there with guidelines, and they had to cover these topics in a day, but they could cover them in any order that they wanted to. And then when we moved to Canada, I homeschooled them. And what I found really, really interesting about the kids was that they always would do the hardest topic first, the one they hated. And one day I asked my daughter, when I think she was in like grade 4, I said, "Why are you doing math at first thing this morning?" Because I continued that. I let them do whatever they want to do first. And she goes, "Because I can't stand it and I just want to get it over with." And I thought, man, what a work ethic that is.
Yeah,
and
it's
it
rare. It
carried
usually needs to
on.
be taught.
Well, no, actually, it was innate. That's
Oh,
my
that's crazy.
point.
Then you're so lucky.
It not just to my kids. It was innate to the kids.
Oh, so
Almost
you're saying being
all
free range kids, they
if
adopt.
they
Well,
could do,
you're
if
making
they
a great
could do
case.
what they wanted to do,
They wanted to
in the
take
order
challenges.
they wanted to do it, they always did the hardest
That
thing
makes a lot of
first.
sense. Yeah,
It was
young
nuts.
guy eats his peas first. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, like if you can see, that's why I argue. Let's not see chapter 3 of Genesis as being barred. Our way to the tree of life is being barred by the flaming sword of the cherubim. I like to think that it's being lit as a challenge to adventure, because as Sherlock Holmes says, every difficult thing we complete causes the minor folds in our brain to get more complicated or something like that. You know, I think you're dead on. Like that, you're making a good
It was
case.
just really interesting to see that.
Yeah.
How all the kids did it.
And I think it's a natural because look at the free range kids. These parents are freaked out because they're all watch the videos. They're like, "Oh my God, is he going to be able to do this?" And the kids come back and they're like, "Yeah, no problem, man." The kids have more resilience than the parents do. I'm sorry, Neil, you were going to say.
Yeah, Neil, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my daughter said that the reason she did it that way was because she wanted to hurry up and get outside, and she could probably gauge her time well after the hardest subject, because that took her longer than she would expect. Then she could whip through the other ones, right, that were easy. And we had a rule. We did school from 9 till 1. After that, no more school. So if they weren't finished, they had to catch up the next day, which they hated doing. They hated not being finished. So, yeah, I think she could gauge her time better, you know, to be done by 1 o'clock or something like that.
You just hit out on something else too. Maybe there's this saying in psychology that you shouldn't share your plans, because what you do is you get like a minor dopamine hit, when what you should do is wait till you accomplish something and get that dopamine hit. So see, she's learned that herself naturally, that, hey, you know, accomplishing something, especially something hard, because they've studied this. They said they took 2 groups of kids. One group could take all the time they wanted to memorize something, and the other group were meant to try as best they could and then try and fail, right? So keep trying to memorize as much as they could, but then failing, and then they tested them later. The ones that tried and failed over and over again actually retained more of the information long term. So like you're saying, the hardest stuff is the stuff that tends to stay with us. So she probably likes that because she also gets that dopamine hit, also gets the hard thing out of the way so she can actually enjoy herself on break. You got a one together little girl there. You got. Yeah.
Yeah. There's I should clarify my statement a little bit, because I think there's probably an hour of learning a day that's useful. And I would, especially for boys, I'd probably do something like you play for a while. Once you're tired out enough, you come in, you eat, and then half an hour of like learning to read, for instance.
Sit down learning.
Yeah. And then half an hour of like
smart
basic math, currency. You need to know addition, subtraction, multiplication. Read time, currency, stuff like that. The basics.
Relevant stuff, right, to their world. Sort of.
Yeah. And then as they get older, maybe it's like an hour or 2 of a subject that they actually find useful. Or not even useful, just interesting. So,
engaging. I like that term, right? Is that what you mean? Like something that gets the kids engaged? I know.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something I picked up from Dan Carlin, who does hardcore history, but he's like, the way to teach history is you pick whatever the child is interested in, and then you ask the question, well, how did it get to be that way? And then you just go back, and then how did it get to be that way? And then it's actually a story of whatever you're interested in. Like, yeah, how did monster truck derbies come about? Let's figure that out. Like,
And it gets
You know?
anything gets them thinking, which makes them smarter. Is that the argument?
Well, okay, we're so used to teaching knowledge, and knowledge has become, I would say, almost irrelevant in the current state. And
Good
what we
point.
need to learn how to do is teach wisdom, or teach the skills that are generally applicable to learning problem solving and virtue. So we still teach problem solving. We do not teach it with virtue. So that's really the test for the 21st century, is how do we teach how to navigate life in a virtuous manner. So you have to marry conscientiousness or industriousness with morality.
Empathy.
Obviously, I'm biased in favor of a religious education. Like, that is a religious education. But a religious education can also include woodworking and learning how to grow your forearms into something significant and serious.
Yeah.
Welcome, Sartori.
Shopping.
Thank you. Hopefully, I don't know. I got the headphones on, so hopefully the background noise isn't too crazy. But
that's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was just interesting, listening to the whole thing, and my wife and I are going through all this stuff. Actually, it's kind of interesting because her dad's visiting us right now, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on with these kids that are like ill behaved or whatever?" So in like our oldest daughter, we went because I've got the ADHD and the autism and all that, and try to figure out like what's going on. So it's like, yeah, she definitely has some of that, but she's got like a super high IQ, like top 99.7%, like ridiculous. And and she just has people telling her stuff that makes no sense all the time, but she's a kid, so she is supposed to just do it or whatever. And I try, as I've become more aware of these things, like I try to like see like how are we interacting with her, and I'm like, we are so inconsistent with this kid, with all of our kids. I mean, I think all parents probably are, but we say one thing, and like they take that as like, this is the rule, this is what's expected, and then we act in some way that's inconsistent with that, and then it's confusing, and they get upset. And I always keep remembering back to like the thing that was really great that I remember about my parents is that they would always repent and apologize when they did that stuff, when they realized they were wrong, they lost their temper, or they said something that was confusing. So try to keep that in mind. But
I want to emphasize that point. I have apologized on multiple occasions to my daughter when I messed up, and I feel like it's only helped me. So this classic in being a father and in our relationship. So this classic, because every time I do that, I'm like, I'm not, only he's perfect. I'm able to point it right back to God and be like, I'm trying to do the best I can. And no, she respects my authority, to the extent I have. She does. But it's,
that's what sorry, well, that's what he even says, in 1 John. That's what it says it means to walk in the light. It's not about being perfect. It's about continuously confessing your sins and remembering that God does forgive us, and therefore we forgive others. And that's the thing that you must most be consistent with. But,
Michael. There's a guy on YouTube. I don't know if you like listening to him or not. I love listening to him. Michael Mead, with an E on the end. I think he's kind of in the same category as Martin Shaw, but he isn't a Christian. And he's pretty, he's really on the other side of the aisle if you're a MAGA person or whatever. But I don't care about those things. Well, I'm not an American anyway, but sometimes I wish people would just leave that out of the conversation. I hate it when it gets incorporated in.
Yeah.
But anyway, he talks about the fact that suffer. It's like we all have childhood trauma. Like we can all blame something on our parents that they did to us that caused us terrible grief in our life. Some more than others, but it's a part of growing up. And I'm just watching. We have a family of ravens that raise their young every year here nearby in a nest. And this morning they all showed up on the fence post at my sheep barn because they know the dogs can't get into that pasture. So that's their safe place. And their parents bring them there and drop them in the pasture and go and find food and bring it back and forth to them all day. So they're under, like, I always feel like they've given them to me to have the overview, right? But the only way for a bird to make its young fly out of the nest is to starve it. That's how a young bird fledges for the first time. It'll sit in the nest and it'll call and cry and want food. And then, and the parent will sit in a tree nearby and ignore it until it flies. And then it will reward it with the food, right? And so that's kind of how their life progresses from that point on. So they go from this, like literally being cared for in a nest. Like that word to us is like, it's like the epitome of, safety, right? Consolation.
Oh mother, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah. And they go from the nest to trauma, to trauma, to trauma inflicted by them on their parents. And I don't think the parents know why they're inflicting the trauma. It's just part of their instinctual rhythm that they fall into as parents. And I'm not making excuses for parents who have mishandled their children in terrible ways or anything like that.
Well,
but what I am trying to do is encourage parents to know that the trauma that you inflict on your child, which you will, is as long as you continue to love them. And like Neil said, if you want to apologize, if you realize what you've done, sometimes we don't realize what we've done. But those are moments where they have to start to fly on their own. They have to start to look for their own food. And I mean, this is Jonathan Haidt's whole thing, right? About the coddling of the American mind and so on. So anyway, I just wanted to.
What was
coming? Encouraging.
Can I give an example?
Well, before you do, Neil, what was coming to my mind was the idea of Christ saying, "Look to the birds of the air." And interesting that he didn't say birds of the nest, right? But that also brings in like the difference between why birds are okay traumatizing their children to get them out of the nest is because they don't know, they have no knowledge of good and evil, right? Like they did not bite the apple. Not to make it too, not to make it like, yeah, I don't mean to make that some sort of dogma or anything, but that was just what came to mind was like, oh yeah, like the human parent has to wrestle with introducing their child to hard situations. And so that, that, I don't have any experience with that, but I'm assuming
we don't have trouble with that, McMo. We stand them up and then the mom goes, "Come to mommy," and the father lets go.
Well, that's what I was trying to. The point I was trying to make about, that's like, so that I think is just that's the kind of central. That's the definition of consistency within like the Christian message, is that where that continuous repentance, like we're guiding our children, but we are also still being sanctified. So because I think obviously like there is that aspect of a father's love, where the father's the one who doesn't always you let the kid fall off the bicycle and get the skin knee, and then you help him up and encourage him to try again, whereas like that's like the typical dad thing versus the mom that wants to keep them in knee pads and every training wheels for forever or whatever. But when you go to so the thing I was thinking about before is just the whole way that with trauma or mistakes or any of those things, like they are that powerful transformative thing, But we miss it because we tend to teach, and certainly, culture abroad does, that like the performance that a person gives is the thing of value, when really that is, what is really of value is the person that they're becoming. And it's through those things, whether they succeed or fail. And really, yeah, like what Al was saying, or whoever was saying about how, the failure is far more valuable than the success.
Right.
In some sense, like I think some of my current struggles is like I met the criteria for success in a lot of areas, and so I was just ignored by people that, some of it was me not, I used my success to hide my vulnerability. So I didn't express what was really going on. And then everybody was like, he's fine. He doesn't need any help. And now I'm like, crap, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get to like the next level. But I mean, but if the point is who you are becoming, because that's what lasts into the eternal thing, more so than the works you may accomplish or whatever. And I even think that's why God preserves the life of Cain and protects him, because the mistake that he made was grievous and it was terrible. But, he doesn't just kill Cain because he killed his brother. He says, no, now you have a chance to learn something from that, to be transformed through that experience. And so he preserves his life. So, yeah, so I think it's just shifting the goal from seeing like the things that people produce as like the point of education or work, and shifting it instead into the people and the people that we can become.
I have to go, but I just wanted to say, Al, I think I saw once on a live stream that you're in North Bay, Ontario.
No, I grew up in North Bay, Ontario.
Oh, you grew up in North Bay.
Yeah,
okay.
the Air Force Base.
Oh, at the Air Force Base. Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. My parents are both from North Bay, and my grandparents, both my grandparents were from Callander.
Oh,
And
né en Corbeil. I come from Corbeil, so there you go.
Corbeil.
Wait, you guys are Canadian?
Très
I never would have let
Canadien,
y'all on my stream if I knew that.
You may excuse. I'll apologize in both official languages. How's that? But yeah, and the small world. It's a pleasure to see you. It's probably 30 years since I've been up in North Bay, but small town.
I haven't been there for a long time either, and we don't have any family there anymore. But
it's changed a lot, I've heard.
It has, yeah. The best memory. I'm sorry, guys, but I just have to say the best memory I have of North Bay or of living in Ontario was North Bay, because North Bay was like the town out of Back to the Future. To me. It was like it had a main street and everyone angle parked, and
very cliche.
We used to cruise downtown at Friday nights, and
we had a strong community, I think, is what you were experiencing, right?
What's that?
We had a strong, tight-knit community.
It was awesome. It was so, and the summers at the beach, and
yeah, we had a government dock that everyone congregated at. It was almost perfect, and it's not like that anymore, but it was like that for a long time.
Yeah.
And the French lived together with the English. It was weird. The Indians, we had like 3 different Indian reserves around us, and we all got along. You're right, almost like Back to the Future, almost fictional. At my job.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah.
Sherry, I can't believe we outlasted you today. Thanks so much for joining.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, nice. Good to meet you too. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty awesome. I think Sherry was dead on, because, the current understanding of trauma, it's an understanding that it's what Nietzsche wrote about. He called it ressentiment. He stole that French word for a reason, because he felt that all it is you're reliving an experience from the past again and again and again in the present, and pretending.
So I thought that was pronounced resentment.
No, resentment. That's different. There's 2 S's, French. Ressentiment. It means to resentiment. And that's why. And that's the thing. You got to be careful. Half of Nietzsche scholars don't know what the heck they're talking about. And that's.
I hate the French. Why do they make such a confusing language?
That's not the most confusing, dude. I could give you examples. No, French is actually the only thing that's confusing is how much of it's in the English language, and yet we call it English. It's funny. 70% of the English language is loanwords, and yet people
I don't know, man. Every time somebody starts talking in French, I can't make heads or tails of it. I think that it doesn't mean jack diddly. I think they're just making sounds at each other.
Yeah. Arguably, Schopenhauer made the joke in a sense. He said, we learn another language so we can separate words from ideas. And I make a meta-modern argument that, and here's North Bay. So when I was growing up, I could hear a half dozen different languages on a daily basis because I lived around Italians and people from Africa. There was some Irish spoken in the home, English and French. And I think that makes us so plastic. The brain is so plastic. So I make a joke because nowadays, a lot of people who are autistic, they say that's a problem they have when someone says something, well, it sounded like this and I didn't understand. I think when you learn to speak another language, that becomes part of who you are. So when someone says something, you have to code switch is what it's called in language. So you have to figure out, did they say this in this language or did they say this? Because they both sound so alike. And again, just like Sherry was saying, all of this thinking, this effort, this endeavor, this act builds us into who we are, right? That's the integration, whether it's trauma, whether it's language, whatever it is, it all comes together to create who we are. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I never focused that much on foreign languages. I kind of wish I had, but I did have the experience. I like McMo was talking about with where he developed his early love for ecumenism, where I was just like, I grew up in so many like knowing people and from so many different types of church backgrounds that were like completely different that I very early on was like, oh, well, somehow you people are all good people, even though you say things that are horribly like antithetical to what, the way we say it in my church, but I can tell like you're still getting at the same gist. And so, and that's improved as I've gone into more fields, so like learning, doing music and getting in the construction business and, all different, every different environment. Yeah. It's like, it gives you a new grammar and a new vocabulary, and then it makes it easier to navigate even more new environments.
And highlight Jan Gods, because that's dead on. I call it perspectival understanding, and people miss this. Language, Benjamin Wolfe, he's a really early philologist, never mind. I'm going to roll past. Again, this is all new to me. I apologize. Nerves here and there, and I talk too much, but he said we have this thing called linguistic relativity, right? So, and I evolved from what he said, but he argued that language shapes us and shapes the world, right? Because that's how we can, but I argue it's a two-way street. And if we don't understand how language shapes us, if you don't understand that, what worship means or what is God to Vivek Ramaswamy versus to Jordan Peterson or to an evangelical or to a Catholic, if you don't understand these different concepts, it used to be a psychological assessment for your maturity. Like, do you know what other people don't know? And I think that's where we're failing, because we're dumbing down languages all around the world. And when we stop realizing that language is contextual, so you have to know the person you're dealing with. There's your Martin Buber again. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, the first question I'd want to put towards you, and I don't mean any offense by this, seriously.
I won't be offended, trust me.
Is I can't help but hearing you speaking as someone who's past 40, shall we say? Right?
Yeah. I'm a definitely Gen X. Can't confuse me.
Right. But my point is that, like, is this a perennial problem? Right? Do the older I look back at older generations and old media, and I have to admit, like, it's an elevated language, right? Like, it's
I know what you mean.
It's higher, but is that not, how similar or dissimilar to that is the fact that even when we see like teenagers in the 50s, they look like old people? Like, how do you distinguish between the language getting dumber and this just kind of always happening? Or is it just kind of that the opposite happening is just very, very rare?
All right. So I'll give you two. So first, what McLuhan said about grammar. And then I'll tell you, Ellen, or is it Elaine? Ellen, I think it's Ellen Langer. She brought mindfulness to the West. But so Ellen Langer did a really cool experiment. And she took two groups of old folks, really old folks, not, just on the cusp of being old. Thank you very much. But really, actually old folks. And she let one group of them just carry on as normal in society, being treated like old folks, blue hairs, get out of here. We don't want you anymore. And the other group, she had them live as if they were living in their prime, right? Listening to the music from their prime and talking about things and the headlines in the newspaper and eating what they used to eat. And can you believe that they showed a marked improvement that could be registered in their blood tests? That they had, shown some sort of aging or reverse aging, right? And so the other example I give you, and you're right, so that seems perennial, but it's all about mindset, right? Because I argue that when I first started at the bank, I was treated like the youngest all the time. And that stayed until I was nearly done in the bank and I was one of the oldest, but I never felt old because I was always treated as the youngest. And so that's what I'm getting at with Marsh McLuhan. He wrote a long time ago that was normal. It was normal for two generations to struggle to understand each other's grammar because it's so different. But what I think's happened is McLuhan never predicted that we might have multiple generations struggling to understand each other's grammar. So we have alphas, we have Gen Z, we have millennials, and arguably a portion of Gen X, I think, are struggling to understand each other. That's 4 generations. Never mind the boomers. I don't think they're engaged. So, but never did McLuhan predict that those generations themselves are struggling to understand their own grammar. Right?
Yeah,
they don't, you get what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm grokking what you're putting down for sure.
Yeah, I love that word.
There's 2 things I want to say in response because I think that you're definitely onto something, or that McLuhan was onto something, and it's right to bring him in here. But I don't know how my 2 points connect. But the first, well, let me see this. Maybe I can remember the second one easier. Maybe I never get back to the first. And now I've forgotten both of them. Great. This is the life of a live streamer.
No, I know it. So you were asking, is this a perennial problem? Because I'm an old man. And I'm like, oh my God, those alphas. That's why I threw in the thing about being a banker.
Right. That's right.
So
yeah.
Yes,
it
used to be a perennial problem.
So one of the things I wanted to bring in, which is just kind of something I've noticed, is that many of the Gen X, so the boomers and the millennials seem to be. Oh yeah. So this is the first thing I had to say in response is that. The Kierkegaardian notion of stressing out because groups of people aren't getting along with other groups of people is kind of silly because it's like, hey, I'm a millennial, Sartori and Neil are I'm a young millennial, they're older millennials, you're above 40, as I said earlier,
I'm
Gen
Gen
X.
Yeah.
But so there seems to be what would it be, like factions forming, right? Like
yes.
the millennials and the boomers have some sort of similarities in that the Gen X and the alphas, or the Gen Zs rather, have some sort of or maybe it's even that the whatever, comparisons and contrast can be made. That was the first point. Is that maybe it's not as bad as McLuhan can't save us now, because I do think that there's still general, it just becomes a more complex analysis, right? Which is fine. It goes from 2-party to parliament. That's okay. We can handle that. The other thing that I wanted to just point out, which I think may be more important, but is that when I hear many young boomers and Gen X, they talk about how they still feel young, and that there's this weird societal pressure, and they're like, well, I still feel young, but my body's hurting. There's this weird that seems to be a topic of discussion for those people that I know in my life, and then for pretty much everybody, from Neil and Michael down to me and lower, and until you hit younger Gen Z, Gen Alpha age, there's a sense of, I feel like a 70-year-old man. If you told me that I could live in a retirement home tomorrow,
you'd be in for it,
and I could eat at a cafeteria, and I could just drink orange juice and gossip, and maybe if I on good behavior, you give me a cigarette or a cigar in the afternoon, and I will sit in the wheelchair, and I think that that's probably a fairly common.
Yes. Even in China, they call it laying flat. Yes, they've just given up.
There's a severe exhaustion, the kids have been on these dopamine machines for decades now.
That's one part of it. Yes, sir. And they also have no purpose, because purpose has to be something you have to strive for. It can't be given to you, right? That's the Matthias Desmond quote. Like, you can't live by identity. Those are stories other people tell. Show me someone. Okay, I'll give you another story. Like, what I said connects, because Ellen Langer is telling us you're as old as you feel. It's been proven by science. And secondly, McLuhan is saying, just like I would argue, listen to Samuel Clemens, right? Remember what he said? The greatest cure to ignorance is travel. Well, I argue the greatest cure to ignorance when it comes to this stuff, other generational, is having an open mind, right? And it's also the number one fight against narcissism. But I can give you a couple of examples here. Are you guys familiar with? I know I might be a broken record, because I like to pick them because they're two diametric opposites. But Bart Ehrman, you guys familiar with him? He's a theologian. Yeah. And Jordan Peterson. Yeah.
The
So
salamander versus the frog, as I like to think of it.
It's funny because this is current life, okay? Because just before the last school
Well, I
year
just mean that Bart Ehrman looks like a salamander.
Oh, I thought you were talking about, like, look at me thinking like in myth and narrative, and you're just making a joke.
It works on multiple levels. It works on multiple levels.
Just keep in mind, right? I'm very spectrum-like when it comes to that. I take these things very serious. It's not because I don't have a sense of humor. It's just I don't think that way.
That's what I'm here for, Al. Keep going.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, no worries. So this happened about the same time. Last September, Bart Ehrman was preparing, or just before September, he was doing a podcast with that freaky little girl that he does a podcast with. And she was asking him about the year that was coming. And so he told the story. He said, every year, he's laughing. Every year these students come in and they're dumb. And I know I'm exaggerating. He says, these kids don't know how to write an essay. Okay. And I say that never before do we have so many fluent people in this world yet. Literate people. We have never had so many literate people, but so few fluent people, right? People that can read words, but can't read a book and grok what the book is telling them, right? Bart Ehrman laughs at these poor kids. Does he teach them how to write an essay? No, he laughs and says he's gonna order them to write the essay, knowing they're gonna fail, and then he's gonna laugh at them, thinking that's going to teach him. But let's look at Jordan Peterson. This is what made me get on his side. I was kind of against him for a long time because his Nietzsche videos are kind of, lackluster. But when he told me this story, that as opposed to Ehrman, when his students came in and couldn't write an essay, he developed, an essay format for them to be able to learn to write. But then here's where I think he's even better. He realized these kids couldn't write. Therefore, they didn't know who they were. I argue reading and writing is sense-making, meaning-making. Right? The current study says reading is sense-making and meaning-making. I say it's reading and writing, right? Because that's how you come to know who you are, is by telling your own story. So that's why I think Jordan Peterson went one step further and he developed a personality test. He argues that he was trying to make money selling it to businesses, but I think it's because no one wants to know who they are, because that's the longest journey. So that's what I'm talking about here, is we have teachers that are disengaged, parents that are disengaged, multiple generations that are disengaged. I don't think that we can't understand each other's grammar. I think we just don't care enough to.
Neil,
what do you think? Sorry.
I think in modernism, we have placed reading and writing on the almighty identity pedestal. And if you can read and write, then you have identity. And
that's all you need.
And then if you're lower down in traditional IQ spectrum, you're not. So what about dancing?
Yeah.
What about motherhood? What about motherhood? What about building
learning a trade
with your hands? Yeah. Go ahead.
Obviously, I am all for all of those more fully embodied forms. But, listening to people of the older generations freak out about like the lack of writing skills and things like that. Mm-hmm. I do think that there is something that is developing or that's happening with the digital like native youth. That it was talked about between Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand in their, I think, most recent one on Jordan's channel, and talking about how like this whole like podcast thing, like why the Democrats won't go on a podcast, and it's because it's not scripted and they can't. You're
afraid of the unknown.
Yeah, and basically what he's saying is like, because if you just put a camera on and you don't get time to prepare and you just have to say something, like people are going to figure out real quick like what's going on. And I think in some sense, like, even, just thinking about like how much time do I spend listening to the audio and watching people talk that's unscripted and stuff. That's for sure way more than my parents and grandparents did, or at least beyond, maybe they had that with like the people that lived around the neighborhood block, but not with everybody in the world.
Well, this gets back to Al's very helpful language of distinguishing between literacy and fluency, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not a stranger to either, but I will say that to the extent I have fluency, it has much outweighed in value to me personally than literacy has. And I think that the reason for that is because fluency is inherently social. Literacy you can do in your head, basically, and you kind of
AI
have to do it in your
for
head.
you, right? AI can tell you what the words say, but they can't tell you what the sentence means.
Right. And so, but the fluency is also operable in literacy, right? Like you can tell the difference between a fluent writer and a non-fluent writer. But Neil, what do you have to say?
So I propose, but I feel I'm pretty strongly right about this.
I'm going to write this down. Sounds good.
The single most important skill that our kids need to learn is how to play well with others. And there's a prerequisite skill that comes along with that. And this is where the free range play comes in. And the prerequisite skill is you pick up on the vibe. You can call it whatever you want. You pick up on the game that is being played at any given moment in time. So let me give you an example. Yesterday on this stream right here, it wasn't as chill, but it was the Steel Man, the other person's. Some people immediately picked up on the game and played it well. Others did not play it as well. But that's what we're actually doing in this space, is we're somehow learning to pick up the vibe of whatever the virtual space is in the moment, even the autists, and then play it to the best of our ability. And actually, like, so I wanted to ask you this question, Al, because this ties directly in. Like, for you personally, what brings you into this space that we call TLC? Like, why here as opposed to any number of philosophy, psychology, innumerable spaces?
It's funny. It was actually by accident. It was actually just completely by accident. You wouldn't believe it, but I actually found strange theology first, and then PVK. But no, I would join almost any group. It's just whether you guys you seem rare because you seem open to having people who don't 100% conform. And I've mentioned this comment before. Like, I've left almost every Discord because you guys are different, right? I don't know about the Discord group. Like, I've only been on once, I think, ever. But
depending on which Discord, you might get your ass torn up.
Exactly.
So be careful wandering into their general public.
That's what I found out is, like, on Discord, like, if you say, okay, I'll give you an example. I was in a Christian Discord, like the whole Discord got upset by it, not just a little bit. I mentioned that James being Jesus's brother, right? I didn't say it like he absolutely was. I just, suggested that some people believe that, and that actually got a bunch of Christians upset about that. You know what I mean? So I find you guys are more open to some of my heretical takes on these things. So I just haven't been excommunicated yet. So that's why I'm here.
Not open, just patient.
Yeah,
very patient.
Yeah, you can be a little more patient for people on the spectrum. That's you guys got to remember that. Like, or old people. That was my thing. I'm so terrible because when I grew up, like, communication was back and forth. You were supposed to give, like, even in Japanese, it's part of the language. Like, you're supposed to active listening, and we can talk about that later. That's my superpower, is active listening in audiobooks, not just in conversation. But so my apologies in advance.
Does that mean you talk back to the audiobooks?
No, they call it active listening. It's just a joke. It's like, that's the joke is the linguistic relativity. When I say active listening, you might think it means like the Japanese idea that I go, oh yeah,
Yeah, that's the joke.
Yeah,
Neil, what do you got to say?
Yeah, sorry, Neil.
So I've noticed this pattern with my Bible study that I facilitate on Tuesday night, is that we get people who come into the Bible study because people they find that people will actually listen to them in that space. And what happens is then and this is not everyone that joins, but this is it's more than a few, so it's a pattern now. It's like the first week they have the most to share, and sometimes like serious personal stuff comes out that first week, and you know, and then the second week they have a little bit less to share personally, and the third week a little bit less, and the fourth week a little bit less, and somehow if the spirit of the group is able to receive carefully and patiently, then that person brings forth their treasure from their experience in their heart, and then that ends up enriching the group. But often it's a fire hose to start
at first,
but then it slowly, like as that equilibrium of the person's new addition begins to establish and hopefully enriches the group. It's quite a heartwarming phenomenon, because I see, so for example, like there's this new woman who just joined our group, and so there's another lady who like 6 months ago was in the same stage and pattern, and I see that the lady who joined 6 months ago looks at this other lady, and I could tell she recognizes, like,
She's
oh,
seen
this
herself.
is where I was.
And she didn't recognize it till then. Is that what you mean too?
No, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but like, but now that lady who's been in the group 6 months, she's just part of the group, you know. So occasionally personal stories come up, but it's less about the person and it's more about what's actually being studied that particular week of the Bible study.
They shape it in such a way to make it less personal. Is that what you mean?
What I'm saying is that it takes time for the individual to adjust to playing the game of the spirit of whatever the thing is. And there's the spirit of the group in the week, and then there's the spirit of the group across time. And a good group will recognize the potential of the individual to play that spirit and sort of gently shepherd. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Yeah. And that's what a community should be. And that's what I try to teach, right? Like in Buddhism, it's much more clear. The Sangha isn't fellow Buddhists. It's fellow people willing to share the weal and woe of life, of suffering, of being better than your previous person. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. That's dead on. Exactly. You guys are much more open in that, because what people forget is, I think the number one barrier to Christianity is Christians, not in the Nietzschean way. You know, I mean the fact that they're such gatekeepers. When you got to remember that the first step towards understanding is doubt. But, you know, there's no other group, I think, than Christians that are so, you know, verboten about doubt. You know, even the Jews are like, you know, doubt, you know, it's a failure to act. It's a bad thing. But having uncertainty is not a bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, it's funny when you were talking about your problems with the discords, Al. You know, I was thinking about how, you know, I probably wouldn't have I can sort of postmodernly, I could say, I could sign any church's confession or whatever, because I could be like, yeah, I have an understanding in my mind of how that works. But
you can make it fit.
Yeah, but the way I always think about it is, it's like with certain doctrines, I'm like, I'm 80% on the Calvinist side and 20%, you know, on the other. And then, you know, I was thinking about like those ratios when they show up, or even like, you know, there's like the rats, like the big rat has to let the little rat win 30% of the time.
Certain amount of time, the ratio.
And you know, and even like when you have like 6 days of work and 1 day of rest, that's like an 85-15 split. So this is my theory, or, you know, heuristic or whatever, maybe for like at least getting along with people. Like if it's anywhere between like that, you know, a 70-30 split to an 85-15, maybe even a 90-10 split, they're probably both true in some way, even if they seem hard to reconcile. But
all right, hate to step in here. Hold that thought. I just need to say, I see in the background Mark S in the green room, but I need some proof that it's you. I don't recognize the photo, so I'm not just gonna let anybody on willy-nilly. You know, I gotta protect Al's internet history over there. You know, I don't want any. You know, we don't need the FBI connecting anything suspicious to this.
Oh my God! Can you imagine how many officers they need to be keeping track of the TLC? Jeez.
They'd probably need about 2 officers, because everybody around here doesn't know how to keep a GD secret. They just talk openly about everything.
You guys are crazy. But you're so dead on. Like, that's the thing. We gotta. So this is why I mentioned the autism thing. It wasn't meant to be a weird. It's a joke. Like, we were talking about victimization. It was a comment I made on PBK that I think the problem today is everyone's on the spectrum. Just some people make it too much of a part of who they are. It's just a joke. It's just the way I am. I'm exactly what Michael was talking about. That if you were to go, hey, do you believe in these? I'm like the Jewish rabbi. Who was it? Who said it? It was a famous. I think it's Manis Freeman, who said that when they're young, they're meant to memorize a passage, and then they repeat it at a special dinner. But he wasn't ready to repeat it yet because he didn't fully understand or fully believe. He didn't feel that he could. And I think look at what happened to him. He became a wonderful teacher. And I think we're hamstringing ourselves when we don't realize that if someone were to go, wait a minute, I'm not sure about all of these tenets, we can still welcome with open arms. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was even the thing, because it's funny. So I started going to a church, in high school or whatever, so I was pretty Calvinist growing up in my dad's church. My dad was a pastor. And then, like, this is a Pentecostal church and much more like free will and like talking about like you can lose your salvation and all this stuff. And I just got there and first, I was just like, whoa, I just sat there. I wasn't going to start an argument or anything because I don't like confrontation. But then it was like, after being there for a while, I'm like, oh, they're just like, yeah, they basically believe all, they're the same as me. They just see things in a different way. Now, I do think there are implications to how heavily you lean on certain sets of propositional beliefs. And some of them are, subtle, but they have they have a big outcome in the long run. But generally speaking, the gist is there, and you can tell you can tell pretty well. I guess that's the thing you practice. But if you meet enough different people and you get to know enough of them, you can tell pretty quickly, are we actually in conflict or are we mostly in agreement?
You're dead on, because that's the one gentleman in the group I would love to apologize to, is because I'm so terrible at this and I'm just learning it. But like with Alex, when I was trying to talk about how so many Christians talk about, say, for example, Isaiah 53, I'm in the middle. I'm not like Tovia, who will say, see, you guys are dumb. You don't understand it at all. What I'm saying is, if you were to be a little more open-minded in your reading of Isaiah 53, you can see it as they're just saying that, see, there will be someone like, what do they call it in Hebrew? Goal is a redeemer, right? Someone like great prophet like Ezekiel or Isaiah, right? It doesn't have to be written with Jesus in mind, and you can still be a great Christian. And then that's what I'd love to get across, that if they were open to people understanding that, I think that's why they might see less people who go to theological schools start to lose some of their faith, because they start to see some of this, what would you call it? Doctrinal holes, right? But no one seems to talk about that a lot of this stuff can actually be justified. Bart Ehrman loves to criticize Jesus's resurrection. I would just go so far as to say, well, no one's going to deny he existed. Almost no one's going to deny he went to the cross. So therefore, no one would deny that his ministry has lived on since. So you don't have to believe in his resurrection. Yet I hear many pastors who will say that's heretical to say such, even though Anastasis doesn't specifically. We could go into that, but what do you guys think of that idea of being that open to doctrinal creeds?
Well, I don't know if this is regarding what you're saying, but
yeah,
something I've been thinking about is like, the way that we think of prophecy now is like the world is going to end in 2025.
Great point.
And like these really detailed pronouncements, and I'm a full Bible believer, but I'll admit that like a lot of those prophecies in the Bible aren't like that.
Yeah, we got to be a little more open-minded, right?
And the thing is like I like the book of Revelation, for instance, people will use that to say, oh, look at this chapter. It looks like, like I was in a church a couple years ago and the guy was like, this is definitely talking, or not that, he's like, this looks like it's probably talking about Russia and China, and it's like,
yeah,
bro, chill, but I've been in this Bible study with this elder is teaching Revelation, and his thing is like, we're not going to try to look forward. What we're going to do, like almost every verse of Revelation is reference to an older scripture. And so it's like
hyperlinking.
And so and it's almost more interesting that way to view it. So the prophecy is almost more meaningful when it's shown how much it's interwoven, rather than, well, this proves this and this proves this, and it's like, well, I mean, yes and no, like.
But you show it how it can live
my brother
in your
said
daily life.
interwoven. My brother Mark S. said interwoven. The scriptures got him so twisted in worshiping the sovereignty of God. He said interwoven.
Yeah.
I love it.
Just blame it on tongues.
I haven't been sleeping too well lately.
That's a new word. Creativity, my friend. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I agree.
But yeah, like the thing, like, because I'm not somebody that's gonna like pretend like I'm a scripture scientist and I'm gonna look at all these historical and language studies to prove something. No, it's like just through reading the scriptures, you see how everything is self-referential. Everything is referencing itself, and it's so repetitive that it's amazing. Like this guy that's been teaching Revelation, how almost every verse is talking about like the book of Daniel, Ezekiel, Genesis, Isaiah. And it's like, and it's a lot more interesting to me that way.
Tying it back, well, especially Revelation, because a lot of people believe that Revelation was an older Jewish repurposed scripture, right?
Well, I don't know. I guess there were some like, there was like a lot of apocalyptic literature at that time. So
I mean, actually, I'd even love to point out what Neil mentioned, because see, I tie that to what Jesus said. I think we don't teach it as I think it's Karen Armstrong said we need to teach exegesis, like scripture, at 5 different levels. So I would teach that Jesus, I talked about this before, we talked about it at the very beginning, that what was radical about Jesus's teaching is that the Jews got away from loving God with all of your body, mind, and spirit, and loving each other as you love yourself. That's one thing. But what Kierkegaardism said, right? There is or no, who was it? It said that. But Neil, the temple. So I liken it to what Jesus said. He said, tear down this temple and in 3 days I will rebuild. I argue that he was also saying that his ministry, his teaching, his legacy would be the temple. No longer did they have to worry about a temple being torn down, as it was later for the second time. Or even if you look at the Jews in the desert, arguably that was kind of limiting, right? Because yes, they followed God in the desert, or God followed them. It depends on how you see it. And he rested in the temple, but the temple was only for some people. And I love this idea that Jesus was bringing this communion, not individually. You're not the only person that deals with God, but this broader sense of individuality within the goyim, the nation, that we all commune together. We all connect to God. You get what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah. And Neil mentions that. Yeah. Like koinonia. That idea that Jesus had to teach us how to properly commune with God by going out into the wilderness, and understanding that communion with God isn't just in the desert, but it's also when you're teaching your apostles as an example, but also the masses. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried to think.
I like what Anselman said. It all points to Jesus. That's the best interpretation of scripture, in my opinion.
As Makarios, I would say, like, can we be open to the idea that Jesus is the ultimate archetype of the best we can be? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
Yes, and
that's the least he can be.
To cut you off,
that's
Neil.
the least he can be.
Well, that's why I also argue this is where Jordan failed when he see, I defend Marianism by saying, look at trauma theory. How could Jesus be the ultimate person, like near to God or part God, without the mother being the ultimate archetype of a mother? You get what I mean?
Oh, we could go down this rabbit hole.
I think archetype.
I have a complex answer to that, but
yeah, we have strong opinions on archetypes here, Al. You unwittingly opened up a can of worms with that one.
I just need an example.
We all have strong opinions that are just a hair's breadth apart from each other, enough for us to disagree vehemently about the details of how archetypes actually work. But Neil, you have the floor, sir. Go.
Al is like a lion who who wanders into a cave, and he's like, I'm a lion, I'm used to it. But the problem is, Al, that you're surrounded by wolves, and most of the wolves really like each other, but there's a few issues that the
within
wolves
the group
will,
that I don't see yet.
yeah, wolves will, yeah.
I got you. So you're afraid that I might get them to be worse, or what do you mean?
No. So the Marian
Neil
question
sees,
and
Neil
the
sees that
archetype,
I've had a
that's one
thirst
of
for
those.
blood. I have
Yeah.
a sense of blood. Neil's trying to keep me from you, Al, and he will succeed. I will remain charitable on chill
I got you.
stream.
Don't
This
talk
is
about
not.
Marianism. Don't talk about
This is not a
No,
hot take Saturday. You know, we're just relaxed.
Gnosticism. I already found out I'm not allowed to talk about Gnosticism. Sherry got
I'm not
upset.
gonna. You know, we're not, nobody's gonna attack anybody here,
I'm
Neil. That's
kidding.
an unfortunate
just-
metaphor. We're not predators. We're all human beings. We're getting along just fine, thank you.
Yeah. So here's the general rule of thumb. The
Yeah.
general rule is that if there's an idea or something, let's say an abstraction that's clearly outside the traditional belief structure, if it's clearly outside, it's not a threat. It's not a threat to the
But if it's
cohesion of the
too close
group
to home.
because but the things that are a threat to the cohesion of the group are the things that are right on the border, right on the boundary. And then the group has to discern, is that within the group or is it on the outside? Because it's we're playing with the border.
Too much. What do you call it? Second level.
And for Catholics, the Marian question is like, oh, she's in, baby. She's all in.
Oh,
And
so
for
you
the
don't like that I'm
Protestants,
kind of like bridging the gap, you mean, right?
Neil's
Well, the
afraid.
TLC
Neil's afraid. He knows I like dancing on these very lines. That
The only
this
thing
is
I'm
my
afraid of
fodder.
in this room is Sartori's forearms.
You guys are crazy. But
See,
that's
I was
what makes y'all special. Is because
I was
yeah, sorry, give her
one
sorry.
second. I was raised in a tradition where you very much can lose your salvation, so I'm more nervous than all of you about dancing on the tight ropes. That's all I have to say.
We don't need to
Especially-
dance on the head of a pin with an angel in the room, Mark.
Especially when, especially that there will be books on the last day, and I don't want my MacBook being brought up. You know.
Oh, yeah, you're naming the book with the wrong book, right? Clear my
Right,
browser
right.
history, right?
Well, no, not in that way. Just like a live stream where I blasphemed because it was a funny joke, or I thought it was, and nobody
And you
laughed
don't want
anyway.
it to get registered and taken out of context.
Right, and that's what like puts me over the line for unsalvation was like a bad joke. You know, like if I just hadn't told that, then I would have been good. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm just whatever.
Yeah, but think if you can tell a joke that bad, that means you could probably tell a joke so good that it would put you back into heaven, right? If it depended on a joke, then maybe a
Get
funny
behind me,
enough joke
Satan.
would save you.
Trying too hard to think. Right? We shouldn't have to think that hard about it, right?
That's the tempter right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No,
And
it's a
can I
good
just
it's a good word, Mark. I am
I'm
God's
just kidding.
silliest goose. We are chilling, but yeah, these are serious topics, and I mean I think that the thing that I responded to with what Al was saying was just that, like, yes, the archetype, but I think that we would differ on. I would say put the archetype as like a starting point.
Yes.
You know, like
I'd
it's
love
not
to explain it. Yeah.
It's not like the extent of what Christ is. It's like you can't even start to understand Christ if you don't. But also, I have complex views. I wasn't even going to address the Mary issue because, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to speak ill of the Lord's mother.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just kind of manners.
Spinoza and Marian stance.
Yeah, those are manners.
She might
But
be-
yeah, we were having fun, but Mark is right to bring us back to serious matters. So does anybody have anything
didn't
in
mean to do
response
that.
to the archetype thing or the Mary thing?
Can I explain it quickly, though, so you guys don't misunderstand who I am? So two real quick things, if I could. So one, Upcycle mentioned something about Makarios. So that's really a difficult thing when it comes to etymology. You have to separate Greek from what the Bible and how they use these terms. So Makarios, you're right. But purposed in the Bible, it means like a bodhisattva, the archetype. And that's what I mean, like the epitome, if I can use that term. And Anselman, don't worry, that's not what I'm saying. We were talking about the idea of Emerson and Whitman and Nietzsche were more upset with, are you with us or against us? So what I'm saying here is if you allow people to, and I talked about this when Peterson sat and talked about God with Vivek Ramaswamy. And by the way, Vivek is Hebrew or Sanskrit for discernment. And that's what's missing because no one sits there and defines what God means. So they sat there for 2 hours and they were talking past each other. So I'm arguing if y'all were open to allowing people to who's not ready, like Joe Rogan said, well, it's easier to believe this one than that. No, allow people to come to an understanding of what Jesus's divinity is. Is it like a bodhisattva idea as being the ultimate archetype of a human being, or is it only someone who has, and I think that's a barrier for y'all, like getting people to come into this. And I'm not saying because of Christ's divinity. What I mean by that is because I think Augustine was wrong. He said we have to learn he said we didn't have to be taught how to rightly love ourselves. And I think that's wrong. Jung saw this. He saw that especially in the West, I see it in the East now, we have self-loathing in us. So I think when we look at the archetype of the Christ, divinity, perfect, we don't jive with that. So I think if you allow most of us, flawed, as Augustine actually said, I'm a sinner and I always have been a sinner. If we allow people to come in and have doubts about the divinity of Christ, as many evangelicals still do, if we allow them, I think that'll actually just strengthen their faith, because I think tested faith, forged in a fire, is the strongest faith. I can't remember which saint said that.
Yeah, I think you might be talking to a different group of fellas.
Oh, yeah, you don't get yeah, you guys are true believers, but you know what I mean? What I mean is,
I was going to actually point to the opposite. I think just the little I know about Michael Neal and Mark's stories, I think that we four in particular have far more empathy and experience with doubting, for instance, the divinity of Christ than you might expect.
I'm shocked.
The other thing is what you might also be missing is, I think in general, we are so grateful to have a space to talk amongst ourselves that we're not really trying to spread the word. This isn't an evangelical effort that we are participating in here. So we kind of trust, in one sense. In another sense, we're kind of just a group of mostly Christian-ish dudes who get along. And so if people wander in, people wander in. It's not like we're not. I think one of the things you're responding rightly to is like, yeah, we have strong opinions on things, but we're not really trying to save you on this stream. I mean, if you want to repent, believe, and confess, I'd be happy to accept, but
yeah,
that's not what this is about.
What I mean. We're talking about, I'm talking about broadly, like, no, what you are, and we're not talking about your little group. What you're talking about is what I tried to explain before. We've seen that secularism has been a net negative for society just in the last 100 years. So how do you get people to understand that? And again, and I saw this in YouTube videos in the last couple of weeks, people do not get this. The people who, even the people who identify as Christians, they don't understand the difference between identifying as Christian and being Christian. So y'all need to break it down and say, this is what Christian is. It isn't, I say with my mouth, because James would disagree with that. So you have to talk about both of those and justify it, right? There's a number of these little issues.
Sorry, they're not secrets. The information's out there.
Yeah, but you don't talk about it, and I think
but
that's
also that's just drawing a line from the other side, isn't it?
What do you mean?
You're talking about not drawing these lines, but then that just comes in from the other side, like drawing a line of you're talking about hypocrites, right? Like you're not really a Christian.
No,
because
I don't go on that line because I can't judge with that. What I mean is people who aren't actually able to define. Like, look at what happened with those conversations. They struggle as much to define what a Christian is as to define what an atheist is, right? So I think if we were to, I don't know, I guess I'm not making myself understood. I just mean that
that's just me. I don't understand most things.
Well, can I give you an example? I've looked into this recently. I've been asked a number of times why there's so many Jewish people in Buddhism. There is so many Buddhist people. Like, it's unbelievable, right? Because I had no idea there were so few Jews in the world because of how many Jewish people I end up running into on an average basis. And I think it's what we're talking about here. It's the reason why Nietzsche said, there needs to be a reformation for real. It's because there isn't this devotion, right? And I'll give you an example. I used to wonder why the Jews seem to have a much more, have a greater value for education. And I think it's just because of how they're raised, because it's this polymodal education. Jews, when they're learning, they pair off when they're young and they learn another language. Again, makes your mind more complicated. But what ends up happening is it's like the Buddhist Geshe, where they're fighting, they're arguing, they're going back and forth, right? So they're actually engaging with this stuff. And honestly, it's not heretical for them to engage with whether this is their faith. Like, look at the Amish with the Rumspringer, right? I think faiths, and if you look at the numbers, the majority of those kids come back. And I think it's when you're open to allow people to question the very tenets of your religion, it actually makes people more open to believing it.
Yeah, I think in general, Christianity is not really concerned with openness per se.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
I can argue it. Don't misunderstand me.
Well,
I could actually argue most of these holes in a way that makes sense, but they just aren't willing to talk about it. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, I see openness as kind of a precondition for conversations like this, but it doesn't. Christianity is much greater than conversations, right? And so there's going to be an aspect of it that is not for people who are high in openness and who are willing to hear things that they've never heard before that challenge their views. That's just not ever going to be able to sustain whatever it is Christianity is, whether that be a worldview, empire, cultural meme, like however you define it. It's such a large thing that it's very difficult to kind of get outside of and peer from the inside, even though like there's so many people who self-identify as outside of it, and me too, right? Like I don't go to church on Sundays, so like there's an element to which I don't feel necessarily a part of Christianity per se, other than these live streams and the people on the internet. But like, so yeah, that would be maybe my only pushback on, not my only, but the one that comes to mind, you know, is like, so I think there's a way to hear what you were saying uncharitably and be like, hey, don't try giving us advice on how to act from the outside, you know, you weird Buddhist whatever you are. Sorry, I was trying to think of like a cowboy insult. But I think that would be uncharitable, because I don't hear you actually trying to like tell us what to do in that type of like anything like that. But I totally hear your well, what I hear honestly is I'm sure a history of engaging with Christians who were not able to keep up, or were not able to follow, or were not able to listen.
I have been studying it for decades. So there's two types of Christians. There's the ones that study it for real, and then there's the ones that live it in the real world, because they don't seem to, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's, you know, you could see that as like people of the book versus people of the law or something like that. You know, there's plenty of dichotomies and distinctions to be made. And Christianity is also super self-aware. So it's got words, you know, it's got in language, in speak for all of it.
Yeah.
And
Dead on.
It's informed by not only the like history of the church, but there's also like this apostolic succession of what stories mean and how to interpret, that you can follow the chain on. So it's a very deep cultural well that's kind of like inescapable in some real sense. But modern man has, you know, the possibility of kind of having the language and ethics of this colossal, you know, mimetic creature over history. And like, this is what I think of when Nietzsche says we've killed God, and I'm like, I don't really think you have quite.
No, he didn't actually. No.
Yeah, like, well, he
was very religious. People get that wrong about him.
Well, yeah, sure. And I remember loving Nietzsche, but then also like I kind of felt like he was the type of kid when I read him as in my early 20s, kind of a newly reformed, no longer bully. You know,
That's
like I was trying my best.
People that read Nietzsche is
Except
people in
me,
their early
but
20s.
Yeah.
When you turn 24, nobody ever reads Nietzsche.
I've read him since too, but that was when I really dug into him, and I just remember feeling like this is the type of guy I just would have bullied. Like he was a total
loser. He took everything too seriously.
Yeah, he like comes across as like he's such a powerful writer and such a, you know, a real rhetorician. But I just couldn't help thinking like this guy needed like a knuckle sandwich.
Somebody to bounce. No, what he needed was somebody to bounce his shit off of. That's why it all goes back. This is what Martin Buber was talking about, and
yeah, that's cool. Go.
No, that's it. Like it's what Jung was talking about. But again, he's probably problematic if you guys got a problem with archetypes.
Neil likes Jung. Okay,
so we never become wholly who we are in isolation, right? Because you can't. And arguably that's how society works, right? We get people to understand who they are by interacting with each other. And if I can give you a full 360 here, when Kierkegaardism mentioned about there wasn't a living language of the Hebrew, well, that's a misunderstanding. It's a flattening of history. He's right. There may not have been a living language. There was a long time ago, but we just don't know for sure. But here's the thing. They are a cohesive community because they didn't think language is all there is. Ireland failed at this. Canada failed at this. Indigenous communities fail at this. When they think by giving rebirth to the language alone, without the culture, without the identity, without the rights, without the worships, without the everything we said, then it's an utter failure. And we've seen this historically. So yeah, like that's literally what I'm getting at here is that I think we're missing the forest for the trees because we don't realize that the only way for this to be a cohesive, like what the Vatican II said, right? It's like, Jesus, we're all believers in Christ. Like, can we not just get along? And yet it's only gotten worse since. You get what I mean? And I see this in every group. Don't misunderstand. Buddhists are exactly the same. Outsiders will say, oh, Buddhists. Well, I'm sorry. There's hundreds, if not thousands. There were 74,000 different sects back in the time of the Buddha, arguably. And people don't understand that.
We're going to have to come up with some sort of swear jar for every time
I swear
Jews come up as a topic change, or what was the one you just did, oh shoot, now I'm gonna remember it and the joke's just gonna seem like I was being mean. It would have been funny. I'm so sorry. You were on a real roll, but I just wanted to hand it over to Neil or Mark and see what they had to say.
I take exception that it's been downhill ever since, in that there was a period of time in the early 2010s where no country in the world was at war, or no, it was Western Hemisphere. There was a period of time, and maybe that's still the case in the Western Hemisphere. Don't know for sure. I think the Steven Pinkers had a good case in the early 2000s for the end of history. Like things, yeah. I don't want us to dismiss that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't agree with them. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So it's really in the I would say the age of, you know what I'll call it? I'm going to call it the age of knowing and being known. That's what the social media age is. It's like we came in contact with our true selves and we went,
And I'm on the opposite. I believe that we, as Nietzsche said in his later workbooks, so that's 35 years ago, he said, we may have gotten so obsessed with what we're supposed to be. He said the camel, right? Peer pressure from dead people. We don't even know what our true nature is. We may need to back translate ourselves. And I think that's what we've gone in. I argue that what's happened is we've never gone through a period of so much peace and so much wealth and plenty that honestly, we've just become the herd beasts, the apathetic non-player characters that we've been warned about. And I think all it takes, like if you can see it in historical, this is why I love the Carmelites, because at a time when the church was tearing itself apart because of deconstruction, when they should have been looking at reconstruction, a great lady, and not enough people love her, Teresa of Avila, said, you know what? Some of this stuff does need to be reformed, and they did it within. And you know what? I actually find some of the most wonderful human beings in some of these traditions that have found a way, the meta-modern approach has found a way to keep tradition, the doxa, the opinion, the path, but also be willing to be more plastic because of the future. We could talk about specifics, but what do you think on that idea? You know what I mean? No.
I still feel bad for talking over Neil.
I know, I'm terrible for it. I feel bad all the time, man.
I followed you for like the first few minutes, Al. Honestly, I'm so sleep deprived.
Oh,
I didn't really follow the where Al was going.
Oh, come on, guys. What are we doing? What are we doing?
The little hint,
He
take
said
creatine.
something that turned our brains off. I don't know what
Yeah, y'all need more
where'd you get these
creatine, actually.
tests,
So if you're
McMahon?
sleep deprived or if you have a hard time focusing during the day, take about 5 grams of creatine every day. It's actually really good for that. But I was
place. And when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials
success is success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the moon.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before, the people were able to commit to a follow. And again, I can't help but watch this and think. Things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of lured us into imagining we were in charge. That we were somehow in control, but we're not in control.
You've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of hyper about the blues and they're learning together and all of this new stuff sort of bursts forth. And in Laurel Canyon, you have this tiny little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, you know, in some ways via technology, this stuff just spreads all out
throughout the world. It of course made me think about this little corner, because what doesn't? And it made me think about the little group of people that are just playing with things now.
And I thought Jordan Hall said it very well in the conversation, you know.
What's up, everybody?
In our globalized contextuality of 8 billion people, what things we do have in common with people from wherever is often shared media consumption. Shared media consumption. Shared media consumption. Like, I am a leaf on the wind, watch how I fly, speaks to everybody who is as deep into that show as I was. And so though it's like, and to understand what I'm talking about with that, I usually reference the next generation, which is the next generation. So with that, I usually reference the next generation, start.
Well. What have we here? Seems like Michael and Al left. And also Neil left the room. Oh, Neil's back. Okay, thank goodness.
I'm always listening.
Well, I didn't mean for that to be like we have to end this now. I was more of, we just needed a little break. We needed a refresh, All 4 of us had been on screen in front of the public for an hour and a half, 2 hours. So let's just take a little break behind, take a little potty break, refresh ourselves, get back to it. And then we lost Michael and we lost Al. And now I feel bad because it's going to seem like I interrupted Al to kick him off the show. But that wasn't the idea, I really enjoyed having Al on. I thought he chilled quite well,
Yeah.
He kept it pretty chill.
Yeah.
Things got a little too serious for Chad there. I mean, this seems like a good ending place unless you got something you want to talk about. I'd be happy to chat a little longer.
Do I have anything else? I mean, you know me. I've got 100 things. Nothing particularly pressing, though.
Well, I mean, this thing, we're 2 minutes away from 4 hours. I mean, I might as well just call it, and then we can just talk in private, and I don't have to wear these sunglasses anymore. What do you say?
That sounds good. I'll jump into Discord.
All righty.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I'll just kick you out real quick. And it's just little old me. And I've already uploaded it. I think it's a pretty chill one this week, folks. So enjoy it. This was a fun one today. Glad everybody could join, and appreciate you guys who watched. Thanks for commenting, liking, subscribing, sharing with a friend. Your coolest friend. Why don't you share us with your coolest friend, you know? Or maybe your most chill friend. Say, hey, this is you on Sundays. But then for maybe your most hot-headed friend, you could send them the Saturday streams with all the hot takes. I don't know, just a thought. I don't send this to any of my friends, except for the friends I have. Well, that's not true. That's not totally true. I got some real-life friends out there. Shout-outs to y'all if y'all ever see this, if y'all make it this far. They usually have had enough of me, which I think Neil's pretty close to that too, to be honest. Just kidding. He would never say that. All right, here's the song.
Well, anyway, then I go, well, how does something flourish? Well, I think something will flourish. If you plant something, and you can steward that plant, then you should probably own the plant. I think you run into own a piece of land so that you can avoid it. It's actually fun, so that you buy it.
Jesus Christ.